Okay, everybody. Good morning. It is 9:03. A few more people have joined us, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to LACES for Directors. This is the final LACES training for this program year. That is at least on the calendar. That's not to account for any pop-up trainings that could happen. But this is the final one. I hope you guys, if you have been with me through this entire journey that started in the fall, it feels like there have been 75 LACES trainings throughout the program year. So if you are attending this one and have been with me the whole way, I appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And to kind of piggyback off of that note, this is going to be a little bit different. I think a lot of you might have attended the LACES for Directors that was offered in the fall. But this is going to be a little bit different. There's not going to be a whole lot. You're not really going to see much of anything really that was in the data entry or the LACES 101, or really even the LACES for Teachers training. This is going to be heavily emphasis on data analysis. And the big thing that you want to keep in mind, the main purpose of this training is not going to necessarily to answer all of your questions, although I will try. Not necessarily answer all the questions or the concerns or issues that you might have with your program, but just to kind of hopefully get you to think about those issues that you might be having in a different way when it comes to analyzing the data. So we're going to be just kind of, let me go ahead and hit the next slide, next slide here. So we're going to be talking about those challenges that you might be having, as well as, the good things that are helping, that are happening in your program. We are going to hopefully come up with some different ways to ask those questions regarding those challenges that you might be having. So if you were with me last fall when we had this training, we had a section on challenge statements. And so we're going to be talking about that again. Okay. And you might go a little bit crazy during that part because it's going to feel a little bit redundant when it comes to all the different types of questions that we're talking about asking. Okay. And then from those questions, hopefully then you can kind of start to develop a plan to address those challenges. So that's what we're going to be talking about. Please, if you have any questions throughout the way, put those in the chat. We do have, it's not just me in the room. We got the whole PA team here with us this morning. And then also, I'm not the only one that you're going to be hearing from. You will also be hearing from Jana Jenkins. She is also going to be presenting during this as well, because I'm going to kind of be laying the foundations with the data piece and the data challenges and asking those questions. And then Jana is going to come in and she's going to help you to hopefully try to solve those issues that you're having. So that being said, there will also be a hands-on piece. And there's a few things during the hands-on piece that I'm going to cover that I don't think have really been covered in the past. And if they have, it might have been kind of in a different context. So I'm hoping to give you guys some new information during the hands-on piece as well. Okay, and once again, please ask those questions in the chat. We will try to answer those. Okay, so why is data important? That kind of seems like a trick question, especially for the training that we're in, but it's really not. Okay, so when you are thinking about your data and the role that it plays in your program, when it comes to funding, your performance, your planning, how are you using that data to improve? Not just internally, okay, but also how are you using that data to pull in some potential partners as well, okay? And how are you also using it to sell the big picture of adult education? Because as directors, I mean, even for us at the state level, we can kind of get into the weeds a little bit and maybe kind of overthink things a little bit, but we always need to kind of pull back and think about the big picture of what the goal of adult education is, and that is to better the lives of our students. Okay. And so how are you using your data to sell that big picture. Okay. And these are just some things, these are all the types of different, data elements that do play a role, in your funding, in your program performance. And so when you're looking at some of these, you're looking at some of these items like your assessments, like educational progress. Okay. That's kind of a broad level term, educational progress. So if you were to kind of take that item and break it down, how would you do that? Okay. That is a question that I'm throwing out there for the chat. And not just educational progress, but some of these other data elements. How would you break them down? Okay. Does anybody want to have a go at that? Okay. Month-to-month analysis. I got that as a way to break that information down. Okay. That's a really good one. Per NRS level disaggregation. That's a good word. I like that word, disaggregation. No, but that's actually a really good segue into something that I'm going to be talking about a little bit later. We can review attendance hours and see if they correlate to gains. Very good. On-site and off-site. Okay. Very good. Very, very good. So leveraging that data. Okay. Thank you for the feedback, by the way. So when we're talking about things like ensuring that data is accurate and reliable, okay, that is something that we were talking about in LACES 101. But if we look at that further, how are we actually making sure that that is happening, right? And this is also going back to some stuff in LACES 101, but what are your processes and procedures when it comes to data entry and data collection? Okay, we're going all the way back to that. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on that because, again, the purpose of this is going to be data analysis. But before you can analyze the data, and I'm going to switch between data and data, my brain can never make up which one is correct. But before you can analyze the data, you have to make sure that it is accurate, right? Okay, so just reviewing those processes, that's what you want to be thinking about. Also determine your area of focus, okay? This is going to kind of tie into the challenge statements that we're going to be talking about later on, but you might have one particular issue, and you probably have more than one, but you might have one particular issue that could be hindering the progress of several things in your program, okay? So what is that one area that you want to focus on? And then we're talking about questions again. Develop those questions that is going to guide that analysis, okay? And then once you've done that, determining what your goals need to be, okay? And it is also important to understand the roles that your staff are also playing in this whole process. It is not just up to you as the director to make sure that you're analyzing your data, making sure that your data is correct. It is a whole team effort. Everybody needs to be looking at the data. You as the director are going to be ultimately responsible for how that data looks and how it is analyzed for program improvement, but everybody needs to be involved in those processes and procedures. Okay. And this is a little bit of a review. You've probably seen this. You've probably seen this maybe 5 times if you've been to any of the LACES trainings, but just kind of a review of how those different roles work in a program, and how, not just somebody having a role, but also knowing what their responsibility is within the bigger picture. Okay. So just making sure that those expectations are clear up front when you're talking about the data process within your own program, okay? I say it all the time. You guys are not out there on an island when it comes to working with the data, and analyzing the data. It's all one big old cycle. You guys, as a local program, you have a stake in the data. We at the state office level, we see what you're doing, and your success. And this is something that I'm going to try to say more often. But your success at the local level is our success as a state, and it's adult ed's success overall as well, because this is information that we have to report up to the federal level. Okay, so again, it's everybody is working together with all of this information. Okay, we were kind of talking about expectations as far as each role and each staff that they have within the program, and just making sure, and this is information, that we are hoping that you as a director, or whether it's the director or whether it's, kind of the lead data person or whatnot, that you guys are going to be taking this information and turning it into a training at a staff meeting, right? So you might have a monthly staff meeting. You could dedicate an entire staff meeting to data, and making sure that everybody understands what their roles and responsibilities are, and that there's cross training as well. Because if you have a staff member leave and they were the main person who was responsible for entering the data, or you have somebody leave and they were the one who was mainly looking at the data, you need to be able to cross train so somebody else can step into that role. We certainly have to do that here at the state office. Trust me. Okay. So, and again, I want to remind you guys that this is not all about your challenges that you might be having. It is, data is also there to reaffirm the good things that you're doing as well. Okay. And maybe ask yourself these questions, because you might not know, and, something good might just happen and you might not really be sure how it happened. So you want to be able to duplicate those things that have been successful, right? So it's not just the challenges that you're focusing on, but also the good things as well. Okay. All right. And also, so this is kind of going to be tying into a slide that I'm going to be talking about later on. When we're looking at data, we can kind of look at it two ways. We can look at the qualitative information and the quantitative information, right? So you want to use actual data to either back up, some things that you feel like might be happening in the program. You might be seeing with your eyes things that are happening in the hallways, like actually in your classrooms that look good, but then you look at the numbers that are coming behind those things, and they might tell a different story. Okay. So you can kind of use data to replace those hunches that you might be having with actual facts, right? Identify root causes of problems, and root causes is in red because that's one analysis strategy that we're going to be talking about a little bit later. Okay. And also, you want to be able to inform your stakeholders. You need to have a good idea of what your data is telling you, because you need to be able to talk about your program with confidence, right? If somebody has a question for you about how your program is doing, how many gains your students are having, how many GEDs have your students earned, are your students getting jobs after they leave your program? You need to be able to be familiar enough with your data to be able to talk about that information with confidence, because that is ultimately going to be the way that you sell adult education. Okay. All right. So once we realize how the data can help us, what are some areas that we need to focus on? Okay. So what are some particular areas that you as a director, or you as kind of, you know, kind of the director's right-hand person, what are some areas that you feel like you really need to focus on when it comes to students, your demographics, your instructors, and your classes? Okay. I always forget that I have to click several times to get to certain things. Okay. Um, so first and foremost, like I was saying earlier, we have to make sure that the data is credible, right? That has to be our foundation. So once we know that, and we start to look at some averages, okay, what do we notice about the averages? One big average that we always talk about, that we always think about, that we always look at is that big average that's on table 4, right? Your MSG average, okay? But this was brought up earlier. What about the variations in those averages within those individual levels, right? Because those individual levels ultimately work towards making that average on table 4. Okay, so don't forget about those individual levels. So what about the variations within those levels, right? So how do they vary? And then how can we use them to ask the bigger questions about our program improvement? Why, for example, are our level 4 students they might have an average of a 52% MSG attainment rate, while our level 2 students might be at like a 31% or something like that, right? That can lead us to asking the question, okay, so what, we understand that there are different learning styles within the different levels. We all know that there are all kinds of adult education students that walk into our program. They have different learning styles, but we also have different types of teachers with different teaching styles. So is their teaching style lining up with these different levels, right, that are walking into our classrooms? So that could just be one potential question that you can ask yourself, right? Okay. And then finally, we're talking about the trends, right? So over the time of a program year, how are those numbers trending? So sometimes, this is just an example of something you might see. So sometimes at the beginning of a program year, our numbers are going to be trending really high. They're going to be going in the right direction. However, at some point around the middle of the year, it's usually after the holidays, numbers might start to trend in the opposite direction, right? So we need to ask ourselves, and this is kind of a broad level question. This is going to be a guiding question that you're going to hear about later on. What can we do to combat that trend? Okay. What are some things that we as a program could possibly do to kind of stop the bleeding, so to say? Because sometimes it's retention that is really going down as the program year goes on, right? So just some things that you might want to be asking yourself as far as the areas that you are focusing on, okay? All right. And so again, if you are consistently monitoring your data, and that word consistently is key, okay? Because it's not something that you can just kind of look at, at some point in August, and then it's November, and then you decide to look at your data again. You have to consistently monitor the data, especially early on. And if we are doing that, we can start to notice there are certain aspects of our program that are trending downward, okay? So again, just go back to that keyword, consistent, and make sure this is something that you can't do passively, okay? And then if you have strengths, again, I don't want to make it all about those challenges, but if you had, if you have strengths, and this includes your staff, right? Build on that, okay? And make sure that once you identify those lowest performers in your program, and we can show you how to do that in LACES, that you are using targeted assistance, okay? It's not just broad level, one size fits all assistance. You are actually focusing on those lower performing students. Okay. Any questions before we move on to go a little bit further into analyzing the data? Data.
I bet you did say that you brought every LACES presentation this year.
Thank you, Becky.
John, I want to say something. I like the way that you put that you can tell what's going on in the classroom by just looking at your data.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's an excellent point because there's 4 of us here at Fort Smith that it tells a lot more than what I ever expected it to be able to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And I really encourage any director to look at their data versus what's going on with their measurable skills gains, their functioning educational levels, and their GEDs that you're getting out of there, because it's going to tell more to you than anything else. So good analysis and statement.
For sure. Yeah, no, for sure. No. And to kind of piggyback off of that, because I know that you have a teacher, and we know this from the training that we did. You have a teacher that is very involved in looking at the data and asking a lot of questions, and that's not a bad thing. I don't say it to be a bad thing. And so I would encourage every program to have at least one teacher on staff who is that invested in looking at the data and asking questions.
And she's in the training today.
Okay,
Cindy's in
good.
here today.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes, because that is what is ultimately going to lead to improvement.
Yes.
So yes, I highly encourage you to do that. And I do want to make, because I didn't mention this early on, this is kind of off topic just a little bit. You guys will have access to this PowerPoint. We have kind of done a little bit of tweaking. So the most updated version is not in the Canvas course, but that will be updated later today.
You want me to put it in the chat?
Yes, please. Jana will also put it in the chat for you guys to have access to. Jana's always reminding me of the technology that we can take advantage of. All right. So moving on with analyzing the data. Some of this, like I said, is going to be kind of repetitive. I'm just kind of revisiting some ideas that we've already talked about, just to kind of get it ingrained. Okay. All right, so this is what I was referencing earlier when I was talking about the quantitative versus qualitative, okay? So some things that you may want to target, these are just some examples of some areas that you may want to target when you are looking at your data. Again, whether you are actually reviewing it through LACES or you are actually seeing with your own eyes what the environment looks like. For example, when you're in LACES, you can be reviewing this information, such as the number of contact hours, what's your retention rate, how many educational gains do you have, what's your pre and post test rate, right? Just as a reminder, the intended target for pre-test is 100% of all students that we have that are walking through our doors, 100% of them need to be pre-tested, okay? That's not anything that we're actually measuring you guys on as far as it being a finding or anything of that nature, but that's the goal. Just like the goal for post-testing is at least 65%. We at the state, we realize that sometimes that is very difficult. That's why we are no longer, kind of holding it against you on a site visit, but that is still a goal that we want to shoot for, right? And so some of the qualitative elements that you might want to check out. So what does the classroom environment look like? Is it inviting? Is the teacher engaging? Are the students themselves engaged in what is going on? Okay. If the answer is no to all of those questions, then that might correlate with some lower numbers, right? What's your intake and orientation process looking like? Right? The intake and orientation, that is oftentimes going to be the first thing that your students are going to be experiencing with your program. Okay. So that has to be on point. Intake and orientation, if that is not full of great customer service and good information, and consistent information about what the student's experience is going to be like, then that could also affect your performance as well. Okay. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but these are just some things that you can target when you are looking at your data in LACES, but also when you are looking at your actual program, okay, when you're there. I saw a little bit of activity in the chat. Oh, there we go. Okay, good deal. All right, so these are just some questions that I'm actually going to ask you guys. You probably have already seen this before and answered this question before, but when actually asking you the question, what increases attendance? What would be some of your answers to that? Okay. Class availability, that's a really good one. Checking in with students who haven't been in class last week. Communication in all caps, yes. That is a really good one, yes. Somebody mentioned the public school calendar, which is very interesting, and which is also a very good point when it comes to something like childcare. That's actually a really good point. Knowing barriers and a welcoming environment, finding out why the student wants to be there, knowing what their expectations are. That's really good. Providing a supportive learning environment. These are all really, really good. One of the ones that I do want to go back to, and this kind of includes what was already said, but knowing barriers, right? This is really important. One of the big reasons that we collect the barriers to employment at the very beginning, I know you guys are probably sick of me saying this, but we need to know what our students' barriers are, because really that's the only way that we can best help them, right? So if we know that their barrier is that they have this very strict schedule, you know, if they're working, or if they don't have transportation, those are just two very small examples of a number of barriers that our students can have. But if we know what those barriers are, then we can adjust to those barriers, because at the end of the day, like I always say, it is about serving our students, right? So when it comes to things like classroom availability, or knowing what our resources are, not just within our center, but also out in the community, if we know how to address those barriers on the front end, that's only going to help us in the long run. Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to collect that information on the front end and then be scrambling to try to get that student back in our good graces, right? Because if we don't know what their barriers are, if we don't know how to help them on the front end, then once they leave, it can sometimes be really difficult to get them back, okay? So, but those are all really good answers. Okay. These are just some examples here as it relates to attendance. Just some sample questions and then some further digging that you can do. Right. So I'm not going to go through all of these, you know, but something to the effect of when it comes to the data quality or the data collection and data quality. So who is actually entering the attendance data at each site, and then how often is it entered? And then just kind of a follow-up to that question is then who checks the data, how often? But again, I'm not going to go through all of these. I just kind of want to give you guys some sample questions, you know, to maybe kind of trigger some questions of your own in your situation at your program. Okay. So we do have a next question here because we're all about those MSGs here in adult education. So in your mind, what increases a measurable skill gain? What increases measurable skill gains, I should say?
So moved. You should be. 'Cause I
Right.
recognize
Seeing, let's see. Seeing instruction, seeing attendance a couple times, quality instruction. The word quality is very important. Easy targeting or early targeting. Sorry, I can't read. Early targeting of potential fast track students. So basically, those students who score higher than the 535. So being aware of those students, so you could possibly move through quicker. So that's good. That's really good. Adapting instruction to student needs. Really love that one. That keyword, adapting. I feel like that's what we do a lot of the times in adult education. We do that all the time at the state office. Please believe me. Post-test regularly, yes. Knowing students' learning styles, that is a big one. That is something that, that is something that we check for. And if you guys have ever had a site visit or program review, well, you've all had your site visits. That is not just something that we ask about to, just to check off a box. Because as I said earlier, all kinds of students walk through our doors and we need to be aware of what their learning styles are. Because I guarantee you, they are all going to learn very differently. I mean, there's 4 of us in this room right now. We all learn very differently. Okay. So that's a good one. Seeing a lot of quality instruction, length of time between assessments, and making sure that attendance is regular. Those are really good things to be aware of. Those are things that you can be aware of in LACES. And so those are good ones. Use of technology, and not just with the students, but also with the teachers, right? That's a really good one. Okay, very good feedback. Appreciate you guys. Look at Janet chiming in. Teaching the standards and depth of knowledge. I think depth of knowledge might be one of Janet's favorite phrases because it is very important, and she'll talk more about that later. But yes. And again, these are some areas to focus on as it relates to MSG attainment.
Oh, come on, Nick. Go, Nick. Come on, Nick. Go, Nick.
Got everybody in the room appreciating that answer, Nick. Making sure you hire quality and not Band-Aids. Man. That's a really good one. That is, quality staff. Can sometimes be very difficult to come by, and it's not anything personal. I mean, Janet is going to be talking about this later. It's not a personal thing, but adult education is such a unique field. I mean, we have multi-level classes for a reason, because there are literally multiple levels within one class. And so it can be very challenging. And so again, making sure that there's quality and that you are also developing those teachers, as Jana said, in all caps. But these are some areas, again, that you might want to focus on that might get you thinking about certain things that you as a team at your local program can talk about in a staff meeting about how to get more MSGs within your program. Okay. All right. I'm actually surprised at how well this has been timed. So we're about 40 minutes in. I don't really like going over 45 minutes without a break in a virtual setting. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. I say 10, but it's really going to be 12 because I don't want to say come back at 9:48. That's just kind of a weird time. So we're going to come back at 9:50 to give you guys some time to possibly get some coffee, do what you need to do. And then we will come back and dig into data challenges and creating challenge statements. So see you guys in about 10 minutes and really appreciate it. Alrighty, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started back with digging deeper into data challenges. Okay, so last time I did this, well, let me back up even further than that. This is something when it comes to challenge statements and digging into data challenges that we learned about this at NRS training. And at the time of doing it, it seemed just like a really like cumbersome and almost convoluted process because we were always, our team that was going through the training, we were always skipping steps to basically get to the end. We would come up with our challenge statement, and then we were wanting, to get to the solution right away. And so we were skipping steps, which is what I imagine most people do, because this takes a little bit of patience because everything involves just asking more questions. But it's how you ask those questions and the content of those questions is what makes this important and ultimately helpful for helping you trying to figure out how to solve any challenges that you might be having. And I just want to reiterate, the purpose of this whole exercise or this whole section is to not come up with an answer right now. It's just to help you analyze the situation, ask some relevant questions, ask the right questions that is going to ultimately lead to an answer. Okay, so just keep that in mind behind all of this. Okay, so solving data challenges. Okay, so while you're looking at your data, more than likely there's going to be one or more than a few challenges that you have in your program. And so a really good way to identify that is to actually write out a challenge statement. Okay, get it on paper. Okay, so the challenge statement, this is really just a starting point. And I kind of want to back up again just real quick. This is just one way that you can analyze things. This is not an end all be all. We're actually going to talk about like an alternative way to analyze data, but this is just one way. So just want to talk about this one way. So the challenge statement, this is really just a starting point. Okay. Your challenge statement, it really doesn't need to be anything super complex. It needs to be brief. It needs to be easy to remember, but it needs to convey the issue that you want to address. Okay. So, and this is a statement that shows that you understand the issue that you have, but it's not necessarily describing it. Okay. So, what are some things that make a great challenge statement? Okay. So, even though it is short, okay, we were saying it needs to be brief, and it also needs to be to the point, but it also needs to open up the possibility for further exploration. Okay. So it needs to be a little bit open-ended. It's a statement. It's not a question, but it needs to lead to two questions, right? So once you actually define the challenge that you're having within your program, you can act on it, right? So part of that comes with actually identifying the issue that you're having. Okay. So while you are trying to develop your challenge statement, it'll probably be helpful for you to really drill down to the core of the issue by asking, for example, is this an issue that happens consistently? And if so, why? Okay. Now, that's not your challenge statement, obviously, but that is a question that can lead you to making your challenge statement, right? So again, you can ask yourself, is this something that happens all the time? And if so, why does it happen all the time? Right? So start developing questions. And this is going to be a running theme, but start developing questions, okay? Especially if you're not really sure of what your challenge is yet, then just ask more questions. For example, who does this impact? This issue that I'm having, who is it impacting? Is it my staff? Is it the students? So ask yourself that question. Okay. And then also your challenge statement really needs to have some weight to it. Okay. So for example, this is the issue that I'm having, and this is the impact of that issue. Okay. So ask yourself, what is the impact of this issue or this challenge that I'm having, and how? Okay. So you see the example there, right there. Okay. So this is just an example of an issue that a program might be having. So program enrollment continues to decline at a higher rate than the national average, and this impacts my program's funding. Okay. That gives the challenge a little bit more weight instead of just saying, our program enrollment is declining, right? Okay, so give it some weight, give it some impact. So now you can apply some data. I wish I could figure out which one to say. I just looked over at Wendy and she laughed. Okay, so to round out the challenge statement and give it clarity. Okay, so we've given it some weight and now we want to clarify it a little bit. Okay, so figure out your data points that are related to this issue and make sure that you are actually providing real numbers when you are developing this challenge statement. Because if you're using real numbers, then you can develop a targeted solution, right? I know all the time when we go into our LACES trainings, I mention, using the database, the training database. Well, this is not one of those examples where you want to use the training database. You want to look at your actual numbers, okay? And once you have those numbers, be clear and explicit with your challenge statement. Okay, so there's another example there. Program enrollment continues to decline at a rate of 7% per year, which is higher than the national average of 3%. Okay, so that's giving you the impact that we were talking about before. You know that this impacts your program's funding, and now you know kind of the mountain that you need to climb in order to try to solve this issue that you're having. Okay, so these are just some of the ways that you can come up with your challenge statement. Okay, and again, I know that's a lot, and it seems kind of convoluted for such kind of a simple concept. So does anybody want to volunteer a challenge statement that that they might have?
Not everybody wants.
Yes. Do, 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 do. Do,
wish I could
do,
do that,
do. Anybody have a challenge statement, or really just a challenge that they feel like they are having in their program right now? It doesn't even have to be a full-blown challenge statement at this time. That's a good question that you can ask when you're coming up with your challenge statement. How do you effectively know if your recruiting efforts are working in the middle of a pandemic? Here's a challenge statement right here. ESL level 1 and 2 MSGs continue to be 20% below the national benchmark levels. That's a really good one. That is a really good start. You can work with that, right? Okay. So once you've identified a challenge that you're having, once you have actually come up with your challenge statement, you know what you get to do next? You get to ask more questions. So the next piece of this situation is actually more questions. And you might be feeling like this guy on the screen. You're just like, I can't ask any more questions. But okay, so even though that this can start to feel really repetitive, guiding questions can really help us to try and figure out what to do next when we actually start to think about our solutions that we want. Okay, so the guiding questions are a little bit more broad level. they're broad, but they should be leading you to asking more data-focused questions, okay? So before I get into data-focused questions, I'm just, you just got some examples of some guiding questions here, right? So a big one, a really simple broad level question, why is this challenge happening? Why are my MSGs for level 1 and level 2 20% below the national average, right? Why are they that low? Okay. What performance indicators are most affected? Who are the participants that are affected, or what is causing the challenge, right? So these are just some examples of some broad level questions that should guide you, hence the guiding questions, to asking a little bit more focused questions, okay? So here we are talking about those data focused questions, okay? And these should really help you identify what you need to review and how you should use the data to actually analyze the challenge that you're having, okay? So again, these are a little bit more focused. They're not quite as broad level as the guiding questions, and these are using actual numbers, okay? And again, actual numbers, they should be leading you to analyzing and ultimately finding that solution that you are so wanting to find for this challenge that you're having, okay? Staff turnover and staff training, that, I bet you that is a challenge that a lot of programs are having, Jala. That's a really good one though. And that is one that can have a rippling effect across your entire program. If you have a problem with staff turnover and staff training, that's, we were talking about impact earlier on, right? That can have some major impact on your program. So that's a really good place to start. Okay. So some questions that you want to ask yourself when we're talking about looking for data: where can I find the data? What reports do I need to be looking at in LACIS? What searches do I need to be doing? What are some additional sources that I could possibly be looking at outside of LACIS? There's the community survey, there's the census, there's information. There's a website called Discover Arkansas that has a lot of information on it. But there are some other resources outside of LACIS that you could also be considering depending on your challenge. Okay. And then these are just some examples of some data-focused questions that we have here, right? So is X lower or higher? That's your data point for particular participants or programs, and if so, why? And again, this is where you kind of want to shore up your data sources, right? You need to know not just what you're looking for, but where to find it, okay? Jumped ahead there. Okay. Does anybody have any, again, I know this is kind of a quick little run through. When we did this at the NRS training, we we had most of a day to try to figure this out, to come up with our challenge statement, and then to have a list of some guiding questions that we needed to come up with. And then we needed to come up with some data-focused questions. For the most part, a lot of us were jumping right to asking the data-focused questions, right? So we were kind of skipping some steps without even really realizing it, okay? And so again, it can kind of seem like a repetitive process, but the main goal is to really get you to thinking about how you can ultimately solve this challenge that you're having, okay? And a lot of that is just going to come with asking questions. That is literally the foundation of data analysis, and really analysis of a lot of things is just asking questions.
Dr. Wembley put the statement in the chat.
Okay. Okay. So here's level 1 and 2 students have a pass rate of more than 80%. However, level 4 students are performing under 30%, which will heavily impact reaching state required goals. That is really good. Now, for your overall challenge statement, you might want to shorten that up a little bit, but that is actually really, really good because you are giving some actual data and you were talking about the impact. So that is, again, that is a really good place to start. And from there, you can start asking the questions, why? Okay, so why are my level 1 and 2 students doing so well, whereas my level 4 students are not doing so well? That could be one of those guiding questions that you're asking, right? That can lead you to hopefully ultimately finding the answer to that question. Okay. So again, that's just kind of one way that you can go about asking questions and kind of analyzing your data when it comes to solving some issues that you might be having in your program. But there's also a root cause analysis as well, okay? And that really involves identifying those trends and patterns that we were talking about early on in the training. And yes, it does involve asking questions again, right? But it's a little bit more focused, okay? So you want to, so for example, you might have a question here of, I'm trying to move something out of the way real quick. So you might have a question or a concern as it relates to attendance, okay? And a lot of the time with a root cause analysis, a lot of the questions are going to revolve around the who, what, when, where, why, and how, okay? So for example, if you have a concern, such as this one on screen, if attendance hours are low or they've decreased, what types of questions would you ask? Okay, and there's just some examples here on the screen. So we were talking about class availability earlier. I think somebody brought that up. That could be a main issue that could be causing your concern here, okay? But there's some other questions you can ask as well. Did the location change? Did our hours change? Based on what we were looking at, based on what the consensus was, you know, you might have decided this in a staff meeting, or maybe it was something in the LACES that you saw that caused this, but you have a new location and your class hours changed. You might not have thought about that could affect attendance patterns of some other students who are also coming to those classes, right? What's the rapport like? And I think that might be spelled wrong. What is the rapport like with your instructor and his or her students? Was everything going well at the beginning of the year, but then as time kind of went on, did things kind of start to drop off? If so, what happened? Did the students, did they stop being engaged in the process? What actually is happening in the classroom that caused those numbers to decrease? What's the content? Jana's not in here right now, but that would be the big question that she would be asking. What's the content? What are the instructional methods? And is it engaging? Okay. You might be seeing lower attendance numbers in certain demographic groups, and those attendance numbers might be decreasing at a higher rate than in some other demographic groups. If that's the case, why? Okay. Is there some other reason outside of your control as to why attendance might be decreasing? Because we know in adult education that could certainly be happening. It's not something, you know, it's not something that is going to be happening across the board. And we don't necessarily want to use that as a crutch, but we do understand working in adult education that sometimes our students have circumstances that are out of our control as to why they might not be able to attend class. That's just the nature of the beast, right? Okay. So once you've done all this fun analysis, you've asked all these questions, you're kind of on the right track to possibly solving these issues that you're having. What is next? Okay. So you have all these questions. You have just a whiteboard full of questions or a big old notepad. Maybe it's some questions that you were working on in a staff meeting or whatnot. Make sure that these are always followed up with an action plan. Okay. So you know what your challenge is. The questions that you've asked are kind of leading you towards a possible solution. Now that you have a possible solution, how are you going to act on it? Okay, that needs to be your next step. Okay. And then will it lead to more questions? That's possible. You hope not. You hope it leads to solutions, but it could actually lead to more questions, right? And we all know that, especially in adult education, you have more than one challenge, right? We have more than one challenge among us. So the question then is going to be, how are you prioritizing those challenges? Which is the most urgent one that you need to address right now? Okay. Right. And like I said, create goals and action plans. You want to have those broad level goals for the overall program, but also what are some smaller goals that you want to have for your teachers and yourself, right? As a director, what are some goals that you want to have? Okay. What steps are you going to take to assist you in achieving those goals? These are all the types of things that we talk about with our students, or that I hope we talk about with our students, either during orientation or when we are revisiting their goals that they set for themselves during intake. These are the same types of questions that we are asking them that we also need to be asking ourselves as well, right? Okay. And then what are some potential roadblocks that could happen, that could hinder the progress of that goal? Okay. So be thinking about all of those things. All right. Any questions? We went through that fairly quickly. Any questions? The next part that I have is the hands-on piece. So before we move on to that, I just want to make sure that you guys have a chance to ask any questions that you might have. Asking questions about the questions.
John, this is John Kelly.
Hey, John.
When you guys went through this training, did they have you demonstrate the root cause analysis, and could you share with us the scenario that they gave you?
So for the root cause analysis piece, we didn't necessarily spend so much time on that. We really spent most of our time with the challenge statements. And basically what we had to do, which honestly I should have had you guys do, was we had to come to the training with three issues that we were having kind of as a state office. And we needed to really nail down one issue that we wanted to focus on. And that was going to be our challenge statement. From there, we were working with other states. We were working with other teams to then next really come up with some guiding questions. And so we would come up with those guiding questions, which again is kind of more of those broad level questions. And when we were working with other states, they would look at our challenge statement and our guiding questions, and they would offer feedback, which I think would also be a really good idea. There's nothing saying that you guys as programs across the state could not do the same thing. Matter of fact, or, just programs, within the same region. There's not anything saying that you guys cannot do that. Matter of fact, if you have a regional training, if you haven't already had one, that could be something that would be really helpful, is for you guys to come up with some challenge statements come up with some questions that you all have regarding your challenge. And then as a region, you guys can kind of brainstorm on that. So that was really the majority of what we did. We came up with guiding questions, and then we kind of did the same thing. We came up with some data focused questions as well. I'm trying to remember the challenge that we came up with as a state. I want to say that it had to do with enrollment, the declining enrollment, because that is a trend that's been happening as a state over the last 3 years. Overall enrollment has been in decline. And so I believe that was our challenge statement. But the majority of the exercise was really just us working with other states and working in teams, to refine those questions, and possibly come up with some solutions. And again, the point of that wasn't necessarily to come up with the solution right then and there, because a broad level challenge like, well, as a state, our enrollment is declining over the last 2 or 3 years. That's kind of a difficult challenge to solve, over the span of a couple of days at a training. So it wasn't necessarily about solving the challenge, but more about just trying to guide ourselves towards some possible solutions. And so that's really how the training went, for the most
Thanks for
part.
describing that. It sounds like it was good training.
It was, yeah, it was really helpful. It was like I said, we kept, when we were coming up with our guiding questions, we kept jumping to the data focused questions, and they kept having to reel us back in and saying, you guys are skipping steps and blah, blah, blah. And so we were kind of impatient about it. We kind of had to, pause, and it was kind of a long process. But I think that this could be, like I said, if you guys wanted to do something like this as a staff training or something as a regional meeting, I think that
he's
would be.
volunteering to lead the regional meeting, or if he'd like to go in with Becky.
I was, John, I was asked by your PA in the room if you wanted to volunteer to lead the regional training, or if you wanted to go in with Becky.
Hey, do you remember those commercials where the guy said, "I do not recall"? The lady tries to confront him for what he did on his TV
Very-
show.
Very smart.
I do not recall.
I had to try.
Very good answer. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll table that for future discussion. That sounds like a plan.
That's a good, that was a challenge statement that you solved right then and there. That was, good job. But that's what I would encourage, is to either do this in a staff meeting or kind of as a larger meeting. Good deal. Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, it is about 10:20. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just kind of going through some of the chat real quick. Not meaning to give you guys too much silence. Okay.
Thanks to Tammy for jumping in.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Tammy, for jumping in on that. That is a very nice facility to host a training. Okay. So it is 10:20. So let me ask you guys this real quick. So it's been 30 minutes. What I want to do is just give maybe 5 minutes. Okay. So let's be back at 10:25 just to make sure everybody can log on to LACES. And so I can log on to LACES as well. And so we can get started on that. So let's get back at 10:25 and we will start with the hands-on piece. I will have some things that I do want to cover, but a lot of it is also going to be guided by you guys and your questions. Okay. So let's come back in 5 minutes and we'll start the hands-on. All right, everybody, we're back. I am seeing a couple people putting their name and the program that they're with in the chat. And so this is just a reminder, if you haven't already done so, to go ahead and do that, just so we can make sure that you get credit for attending. Okay, so we are in the hands-on portion of LACIS. I am in the AR LACIS training database. That's not saying that you have to be in the training database, but I'm going to because at the state level, honestly, thank you. At the state level, we have read-only permissions, so I can't actually go in at the state level and enter data or edit anybody's data. So it is helpful for me to be in the training database to do that. Okay, so first and foremost, I just want to ask if, so either from some previous LACIS trainings that you have attended, or if you just happen to have any questions that you came with. First and foremost, I want to ask if there are any questions that you guys have before I actually go into some of the things that I want to cover. And it's entirely possible that some of the questions you might have might hit some of the points that I want to cover. So I want to ask that first and foremost, especially for some of our newer folks who might still be new to LACIS. As far as just some basic navigation is concerned, anything as it relates to the view manager. I am a big proponent of the view manager. I think it is super helpful. Okay.
Has there, John, has there been any discussion about TABE Class E auto-populating to LACIS? My folks are saying it doesn't auto-populate, so we've been hand entering, but
I have not, I do not have any updates on that. What I will say okay, so that will kind of segue into something that I did want to show you guys. But I do not have any updates on TABE Class E importing. And Becky, I will get to your question in just a second, because that also touches on something that I want to show you guys. So what I do want to show you is something that I don't think has been mentioned in previous LACIS trainings, but if it has, then it won't be new. So up here in the top right-hand corner, after you log into LACIS, you got the question mark and then your little profile info up here. So what I want to show you guys is the user news. Okay. And I think all programs should have access to this. If not, just let me know, because I feel like this is pretty helpful information to have. So there are just some FAQs as it pertains to things like the LACIS TABE integration, as well as NRS table information, and then some LACIS updates as it pertains to WIOA. So some updates that LACIS had to implement, or that Literacy Pro, I should say, had to put into LACIS, so it would be in line with WIOA. So I'm just going to click on these. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time in them. I just want to make you aware. But this is really good information to have as far as the TABE and the data integration with DRC is concerned, because I know that caused mass confusion at the beginning of the year, especially with some of the issues with assessments not being valid or testing out of range, and so on and so forth. But this is just some information that I would be aware of and that I would look at. You got your general information, information on why assessments might not be importing, as well as TABE mapping. As far as the TABE Class E, like I said, that is something that I can check on. I don't have an answer to that though at the moment, but I will check on that. Okay. As far as I have my little thing here that I need to close. There we go. So some other very helpful information. If you go to the NRS table information here, this is going to give you any and all information as it pertains to the NRS tables that you could possibly want or need, as well as information as it pertains to POPs. I know that periods of participations are something that I have gone on and on and on about forever. But this is also some helpful information that hopefully you guys can take advantage of here in LACIS. Okay. And again, gives you all kinds of information as it pertains to each table there. And then we also have our LACIS updates. You're going to have a lot of information on POPs here as well, here on the left. I would just go through each one of these, and I guarantee you will probably learn something new that you didn't know. Okay. Because that's what happened with me. I email Literacy Pro all the time when it comes to either questions that just pop up from me, or sometimes I don't have the answers to questions that you guys ask. And so then I end up asking them, which is totally fine. But I literally learn something new every day as it pertains to LACIS. Okay. Which is why I am actually showing you some of this stuff. I wanted to show you guys some of the new information and also kind of bring it in a context to where it is actually helpful for you guys as well. I just didn't want to throw up a whole bunch of information on you and then it not have any relevancy or whatnot. Okay. So yes, so the user news, once again, just there for you guys information. That is not to say, please do not stop asking questions. We need you guys to ask questions because it keeps us on our toes. And, but again, I just wanted to make you aware of that. Okay. All right. So I did have a question about IETP and then IETP/credential. So I have a couple of things that I do want to say about that. They are almost the same thing. So IETP basically stands for IET program. It's kind of mind-blowing, right? But IETP is basically any IET where there is just a certification or some kind of credential that is, or it really doesn't even have to end in a nationally recognized credential to be a IETP. Okay, it could be something like OSHA, it can be something like ServSafe, it could be something that could lead to a nationally recognized credential, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, so in that instance, it would be IETP. Whereas IETP/credential, that could lead towards a nationally recognized certification, credential, what have you. Okay, so something like a CNA IET, welding, EMR, hospitality. I'm trying to think of some other ones. What was that, Jana? CDL. Stuff like that. That is when you would want to use IETP/credential. Okay. So that is the first part of my answer to that question. The next part revolves around table 3. Okay. So if you have ever seen table 3, and just to kind of back up here, to get to table 3, you have your blue searches here. You want to click on that. That's going to pop open this left-hand pane. And then underneath NRS, that's what you want to click on to get to the tables. I'm sure most of you already knew that, but there might be some who didn't. So on table 3, if you click on that and then you open up your current fiscal year. I just opened up an old one because I'm in the training database. You're going to see, okay, so under each of the main programs, like adult basic education, adult secondary education, you see that IET is a subset of those main programs, okay? And so I want to remind you guys, this is a federal table, and this is a table that we actually report to the feds. So in order for a student to show up on this table, that student during their class enrollment is going to need to be specified as either IETP or IETP/credential. Okay. And I'm going to show you how to do that real quick, just in case you don't know. Okay. So we can either do this from the student grid or from the class grid. I'm just going to go ahead and do it from the student grid since I'm already there, but I can do it from the class grid as well. So in the training database, I am going to open up a student record. I'm going to go to enrollments, and then I am going to click on my enroll dropdown, and I want to enroll into a class. Okay. When I click on that, that's going to give me all of these options for classes that I can choose from. Okay. So we're going to choose a class. And then actually, you know what? Let me do this from the class grid and then go back to the student grid. I actually want to go backwards first. I apologize for that. Let me go to the class grid. Okay. And really, from the class grid is where I would encourage you to enroll students anyway, especially if you already have a class that is set up in LACES that you want to add students to. Okay. So from the class grid, I am going to select a class. And this is something that I cover in the data entry webinar. And it could, depending on the crowd, be something that I cover in LACES 101, but it's not really something that's been covered in LACES for directors, and I recently realized that it needs to be. So from the class grid, we are going to open up a class. We're going to go to the enrollment tab, and I'm going to click on the enroll button. Okay. So you might see where I'm about to go with this, with what you see at the bottom of the screen here. So you want to click on any of the students that you want to enroll into this particular class. Okay. So in order for us to move on, we need to have an enroll date. Okay. But what you also need to pay attention to, and what some people can miss, because it's not a requirement to move on, but what some people can miss is if this is an IET, you need to click on this drop down and select either IETP or IETP/credential. This is what is going to determine whether or not those students end up on table 3. Okay. I recently figured this out because we also have the option during student intake to assign the student under a IET program in the student intake. And while that might be helpful for reporting purposes on your end, that is not going to determine what lands that student on table 3 under an IET. Okay. This is what is going to determine that, is this piece must be filled out during class enrollment. Okay. So I wanted to make sure to cover that. Does anybody have any questions about that?
John, can you hear
Yes.
me? Can you please repeat the difference between IETP and IETP credential?
Sure. So the IETP/credential those are going to be your IETs that are actually going to, what's the word I'm looking for? Result in a nationally recognized credential. Okay, so your things like your CNAs, your weldings, a CDL, an EMR. I think you said, Wendy.
Yes, emergency medical response.
Yeah, so anything of that nature. It is not going to be your broad level certifications like an OSHA or a ServSafe or anything of that nature. Okay, that doesn't it has to specifically target a actual industry. Okay, that is going to be the big difference there. Okay, did that answer your question?
Yeah, so if we have a pre-apprenticeship program and their certification is more like OSHA or skills to launch or whatever, that would be considered an IETP because,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. And we realized that this might have been an issue across programs because we were looking at table 3 a few weeks ago. And we were just thinking that the numbers were a little bit lower than we thought they should, especially under particular programs that we knew for a fact had an IET up and running. And so that was one of those situations where we're just like, okay, so you contact Literacy Pro, you kind of figure out what's going on. Then this is like, oh, okay, so just want to make sure that everybody kind of knew that and kind of understood the context of making sure that information is recorded. Yes, that is a good question, Josh. Question was, do both IATP and IATP/credential populate on table 3? Yes, they do. Okay. So yeah, so I would recommend, I don't think enrolling a student from the student grid side is going to present that option to you. So in that case, if it is an IET that you're setting up, just make sure that you are enrolling from the class grid side when you're doing that. Okay. And I know that there are some really, really new people in the training today. And if you are a little bit lost or overwhelmed, I apologize, but you are not alone. I promise that happens. That does happen. And especially if you're new and this is your first LACES training and you didn't have the benefit of being in a data entry and a LACES 101, it was kind of a building block situation, then I completely understand your lostness right now. But we do have a LACES Canvas course that can hopefully provide a little bit of context to some of this information that I'm covering. If you do not have access to that Canvas course, please let me know. You can send me an email. You can say so in the chat with your email address, and we will make sure to get that information out to you. And also going back to the Canvas course, we haven't done this yet, but that is going to be updated with the most recent PowerPoints as well as recordings. I know I have said that, but we have not done that yet, so I apologize for that.
I may have missed it, but Cindy asked if you can repeat which drop-down box needs to be selected.
Yes. Okay, so from the class grid, when you open up a class and when you are enrolling students, you click on enroll and you are adding students from this screen. This is the drop down where it says IATP next to it. You just need to select whichever one is relevant to the class, either IATP or IATP/credential. Okay, good deal. Okay. While I am in, well, I'm actually in a class grid. I need to be going to a student grid for my next thing. Okay. Oops. Okay, so I'm going back to the class grid because I also want to show you something that honestly should have been shown to directors or those who spend the most time in LACIS. So when we're talking about credentials and certifications, okay, so whether it is a credential or certification that the student earns while they are still enrolled in your program, or if it's a credential or certification that they earn within 1 year of exit. Those need to be recorded in a certain place in LACIS in order to be counted on our federal tables. Okay. So I'm going to show you where exactly to put that information before. This is something that we've covered. Again, this is something that we've covered, but it hasn't necessarily been talked about in this context. And so I just want to make sure that programs are getting all the credit that they can possibly get when it comes to these certifications and credentials. So we need to open up a student record. Okay. And it's going to default to the enrollment tab because that's the one that I was last in. But when we're talking about adding certifications and credentials, we need to go to the education tab. Okay. And so within that education tab, we have this little pane right here, or drop down or field or whatever you want to call it, post-secondary education or training. This is where you need to add that information. Okay, this is going to ensure that, especially if it's, especially if it is one of those nationally recognized, credentials, or if it's a certificate of proficiency. If it is anything of that nature, it needs to go in here, because if it goes in here, it's going to end up on table 5. And then that way, when it ends up on table 5, it can be counted among all of the information that we also data match. Okay. Yes. The question was, we need to put it here after they complete it. Yes. And so whether this, and again, this could be something that they earn while they're enrolled. It can be something that they get within the program year, or it can be a certificate that you are finding out about when you're doing a manual outcome. Okay. If it is any one of those situations, you need to add that here to the post-secondary education or training. Okay. I know that there has probably been some confusion because of the diplomas and credentials pane right here. I would mainly use this for things such as a CRC, for example. You could add that into, because a CRC, like a wage and a CRC certificate, that is not NRS reportable, and so we can't count those on our tables. But any type of credential that needs to be added under post-secondary education or training. Okay. And this will also cut down, I know you guys received that lovely email with the spreadsheet with the certification records. That is another reason why we do that, which we are hoping this year is going to be the last year that we have to do that. We mainly do those certification records to ensure that we are getting any and all certifications and credentials that we possibly can. Because again, we want to make sure that you guys are getting credit for what you're doing. But if you guys are putting that information in this post-secondary education or training, that's going to take care of a lot of that. Okay.
John, may I ask a question?
Sure.
For the post-secondary education or training, is that mainly for nationally recognized certificates. And then when it comes to like Safe Serve or OSHA, would that be under outcome?
Yes. To your first question, yes. Those nationally recognized certificates, those would go under post-secondary education or training. For something like OSHA or SurfSave, I would put that. I would use the credentials because I need. See, this is a double check moment now for me, Melissa. I need to double check that those are not going to be NRS reportable. I don't believe they are. But I would put those under diplomas / credentials. Okay. But I do want to, hey, Janet, can you, I don't have a pen with me right now. Can you make a note to follow up on that? I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Where the OSHA 10 and.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because if OSHA 10 and ServSafe can be counted as NRS reportable, then we could put those under the post-secondary education or training. So I know that's a big question. So let me follow up with that, Melissa.
Thank you.
And I might actually be able to have an answer to that after our next break, because I think that is one of the things that I've actually asked before. One of the many emails that I've sent to Literacy Pro. Okay. So any questions about that before I do move on? Because again, that was a big one that I also wanted to cover, that I wanted to make sure that I'm going to have to continue to talk about in future trainings for those people who are not on this one. Okay. Okay, so this is a question about manual outcomes. So do we do both? When we are submitting a manual outcome, do we also record the credential? I think I'm reading that right. Yes, that is part of the manual outcome process. So when you fill out that manual outcome form, that information also needs to be put into LACIS. And so if they do have that credential as part of their manual outcome, that is where that information would need to go under that post-secondary education or training. Okay, good deal. Right. Okay. Any questions about anything else before I move on to just some, just a few more general things in LACIS that I wanted to make sure to cover? Can you explain more about manual outcomes? Yes. Okay. So a manual outcome is not something that you have to do all the time, and it is really related to the data match process. So as you know, Becky, because we just recently talked about this, we are a data match state, so we get most of our follow-up measures from data match. However, for those students who we are not able to data match, that is when we need to do a manual outcome. And there are several reasons why a student might not data match. They might not have a social security number, for one, or it could have been put into the system incorrectly. But you're not necessarily going to know if it was put into the system incorrectly unless you're just really on top of things. But if it was missing, then that is one way that you can know that you need to follow up with these students with a manual outcome. There are some other situations where a manual outcome would be needed. Like, for example, if a student is self-employed, they might not get a W-2. And if that's the case, we're not going to be able to get any wage information from them or any necessarily employment information from them either. There are, let's see, if a student achieves any of their goals, like if they go to a post-secondary institution outside of Arkansas, we're not going to be able to data match for that. If they get employment outside of Arkansas or outside of any of the states surrounding Arkansas, we're not going to be able to data match. That's actually kind of a new development. We can now actually data match the surrounding states, but only for employment and wages. We're not able to do that for post-secondary. Private institutions, are those data matched? I think we had a list of institutions that we weren't able to data match, and I think there was only one on that list, and it used to be NTI. And Nick, you might know better than me, but that might not even be the case anymore. So to answer your question, Becky, yes. Yeah, it used to be NTI. I don't think that's the case anymore. So we might not have any colleges now that we're not able to data match.
Then just for those main outcomes, the importance of her setting those in again is indicated that budget training, that's money.
Yeah.
Go towards your funding. So even if you can't data match, you want to make sure you submit those manual outcomes for the purpose of funding.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you guys could hear Nicole, but she made a really good point is also when you are completing those manual outcome forms, make sure to not only send those into the adult ed office, but also enter that information into LACIS, because that is basically making up for those numbers that we would otherwise get through data match. And so that is information that is going to go towards your funding, right?
And make sure you have somebody who's accountable for doing that.
Yeah, and I keep getting ideas from people in the room, but this is also something that we've talked about in other programs as well. We talk about having a data entry process, but we also need to be talking about having a manual outcome process. Because Becky, I guarantee that you are not the only one who is lost about manual outcomes. Because honestly, it's not something that we haven't talked about manual outcomes enough. So it would be important to make sure that you have a manual outcome process that includes a staff member or staff members who are going to be responsible for reaching out to those students. Ideally, it would be somebody who might have already built up a rapport with that student that they're reaching out to, or a career coach. If you wanted to involve them in the process, that could also be something that you could do as well. But having a process for manual outcomes will be really important moving forward, because honestly, we just don't get enough of them. Not enough are submitted to us. So that's why from the beginning of the school year, you've probably heard us say manual outcomes 10,000 times, but we're really trying to put some extra emphasis on them so we can get better at doing them. Okay. Any other questions? We're almost hitting 11 o'clock, so there are just a few other things that I wanted to show you. They're a little bit more general things. They're not quite as specific as some of those, as a couple of those earlier ones. But speaking of Social Security numbers, and this, because this is something that I wanted to show you guys, and this is something that I've learned within LACIS just over time. Sometimes, or actually a lot of times, there might be several ways that you could eventually get to the same answer that you're trying to find, okay? There might be certain steps there. A lot of times there are multiple variations or different types of steps that you can take to get to the same result. And Social Security numbers is one of them, okay? I just wanted to put this out there because we recently included how to find missing Social Security numbers in those quarterly report instructions, which I'm sure you guys have read from front to back. That is such exciting material. I know, you're welcome. But another way, and it's really the same amount of clicks, okay? But another way that you could find social security numbers, or find the ones that are missing, is going to this blue searches button here, okay? So we're going back to that. If you click on demographics right here and you click down, you're going to see social security numbers entered and social security numbers not entered, okay? So basically, this is going to give you the same result as those steps that we included in the quarterly report instructions. It just depends on how you want to do it, okay? Whether you want to go up to the social security number column and click on the filter icon and says has value, doing that is going to be the exact same thing as clicking on social security numbers entered, okay? It's going to give you the same results. And then the same thing with not entered, okay? So I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of that additional way that you could find that information, because again, that's going to be very important in making sure that as best you can, making sure that you have that information. And once again, we've said this in the past, we understand with a good portion of our students, we might not necessarily be able to get a social security number, and that's fine. We understand that. But in that case, if at all possible, we would want to try to get a manual outcome from those students, if at all possible. Okay. So I wanted to show you that. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just okay. Something else I wanted to show you that I really haven't covered in recent LACES trainings that I think you guys should be aware of. Ooh, this is a good question in the chat. If social security numbers have an effect on the program receiving credits for GEDs? No, they do not. And that is because, so while we don't require a GED here for our purposes in the adult education program, I believe that there needs to be one in their GED account on GED.com, or some variation of a student ID. So no, that does not affect a program receiving credit for their GED. Okay, but that is a good question though. What in the world happened here? Sorry guys, my screen was doing some weird things. Okay. Alrighty, something else that I wanted to show you all was this assessments area right here. We're still under the blue searches, but under assessments, I just wanted to make you aware of a few of these options that you can click on. Assessment diagnostic search. If you click on that, and then you select a value for your fiscal year, whichever fiscal year you're in, you can see that that is going to provide you with some information that might be helpful for you to know. For example, you might have a situation, so students never assessed in current fiscal year. That could be something where you could click on that number, and then if they've never been assessed, which I'm going to do that right now. If they have never been assessed, then I can now go over to my current fiscal year instructional hours column, and I can type in the number 12, and then I can use a filter icon for greater than or equal, okay? And so that's going to show me if I have any students in my program who have 12 hours or more and they haven't been assessed yet, that's an issue. Okay. That's just one thing that you could look at in that assessment diagnostic search. Okay. We can go back to that search, and just always remember, you can go back to a search that you have open by clicking on the little pencil button up here in that search. And we could look at some of this other information. Okay. But you kind of get the idea, because all these numbers, just like the numbers on a table, these numbers are interactive. So you can click on them, right? And then that can lead you to asking questions. We can go back to asking questions. Okay, so why do I have students with 12 hours or more and they don't have an assessment on file? That could be, that's a very good question you might want to ask. Okay, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but again, I just kind of wanted to make you aware. You can also do some searches, more than X number of days since last assessment date, or X number of hours since last assessment. This is another way that you can click on never been assessed as well. And this is an interesting one right here that I wanted to highlight. Post-test level lower than current level. Okay, so we can click on that, and this is the training database, so I don't have anybody to show up in my student grid. But this is simply saying that a student was at a certain level, and their most recent post-test, and I believe it's going back to their entering level, EFL, they actually post-tested lower than what their current level is. Okay, so it's kind of saying that they're, a little bit of regression there. Okay, so that could be something that you can kind of play around with as well. That also leads me to something that I wanted to show you guys that I didn't, and that's really important. Okay, so speaking of assessments, so sometimes in LACIS, there is an issue where the correct assessment or the lowest subject area is not assigned as the student's entering EFL. Okay. For the longest time, I thought that was just an error that sometimes occurred in LACIS. Turns out that the default setting in LACIS is to take, okay, so for example, if you test students on multiple days, if you are pre-testing students on multiple days, the default in LACIS is it is going to use the earliest assessment to set the subject area, despite the fact that in our assessment policy, that states that the entering EFL has to be the student's lowest subject area, okay? So LACIS defaults to that. I wasn't aware of that until not too long ago. So if you have more than one assessment on the same date, so let's say that you have a student who comes in, they do intake, they take an assessment, they take math as their first pretest on that day, okay? But they're tired, they've had a long day, they want to come back and they want to take the other two subject areas. Regardless of if reading or language is going to be their lowest score, LACIS is going to use math as their entering EFL because that was the earliest assessment, okay? So one of the ways that you could kind of change that is, the only way that doesn't happen is if assessments are taken on the same day, right? So in that case, if assessments are taken on the same day, then LACIS is going to take the lowest score, okay? So if you come across a situation like that and you're just like, okay, this is not the correct entry in EFL, this is what you can do. I'm going to close out my searches real quick. So you can go into a student grid or into a student record. You can go to the assessments tab, and you just need to locate the assessment that is the wrong entry in EFL. Okay, and this is just an example. We're in the training database. But what you want to do is you want to scroll all the way over to the right. Okay, just keep on scrolling until you see this move forward button. Okay, it looks kind of like a forward button. So you click on that, and this is not a good option. Let me see. This might not have been a good student grid or a good student to click on. Okay, so once you click on that button, you should have this option right here that says use as subject area for POP 1. Okay, if you click on that and then click save, the entering subject area should change to that subject. Okay. Did that make sense? Because I know that we came across that at one of the trainings or one of the programs that we've had a training with, and I have seen that issue honestly pop up over the last few years, and I just thought that it was kind of an error that occurred in LACES at times, but that is not the case. That's just what the default. So once you go into a student record, I'm just going to go over it one more time. For the assessment that you need to be the entering assessment for that student, you need to click on, just select the assessment, whichever assessment it is, scroll all the way to the right, You're going to see this little forward button right here. It's in the middle there, okay? You're going to click on that button. Another box is going to pop up. And then this use as a subject area for POP 1, that is what you need to select to change that subject area to the correct one. Okay.
What was the reason that the first student you picked was not able to do it?
Oh, it's honestly, Cindy, I don't have a better answer other than it's the training database and the data is just kind of wonky. I'm in an old fiscal year, but that is a good question though, because that student has to be in a POP. Okay, in order for this to actually be able to work, that student has to be in a period of participation. Okay, good deal.
John,
Yes.
have you seen in here with when the external import says yes, LACES appears to not allow us to do the select subject, but it doesn't impact the table 4 report. Nothing changes, but that's the only new aspect of LACES that I've noticed is that I'm repeating myself. If external import is selected to yes from that auto population feature, then it doesn't allow us to have the select subject feature. It kind of treats it as like an uneditable, like when you open up Microsoft Word and says you can't edit this form. Like that's kind of how it reacts to it. Although it is crediting us, it's no big deal. It's just we're starting to see no pop gains. There's no yes nos in the pop gain column with the auto populated TABE scores. Not a big deal, just throwing it out there.
Okay. So the step that I was just going through for some of the assessments that are auto imported, it's not giving you that option, is what you're saying? Or just the external, or just the, I just wanted to make sure, because that is actually something that I can follow up on.
Sorry, couldn't find my cursor. It was on 3 different screens here. That's exactly right. LACES seems to be treating it differently.
Okay.
If it's an auto import, but comparatively, I ran the table 4 with the person there, without the person there, and we were getting credit for their MSG, but it wouldn't allow us to do that select subject feature, which is kind of, that overriding of which is that EFL that we're trying to handpick.
Gotcha. Okay. That's still something that I want to follow up on, because I don't know if that should be happening or not.
Okay.
But yeah, no, but thank you for making me aware of that.
In the chat, I'll send you our guy's ID number that I made a comment on and noted as far as what was happening. It'd take me just a minute though.
Okay. All right. But yes, I definitely wanted to make you guys aware of that, because it can have an effect on certain things in LACES. I mean, even if it's not going to affect whether or not that student gets EFL gains, because a student can get an EFL gain in any subject area. That's not the problem. But for certain indicators that are triggered by that lowest score, if it's not the correct score, then it could have an impact on certain things in LACES. So I wanted to make sure that that was covered as well. And that's something that, again, if you have questions about any of this, always email your program advisor, email me. Just email those questions. Okay. Does anybody have any other questions? What about running a table 4 on classes within your program? And for those who are brand new, table 4 is essentially our performance table. That is where you will see a record of your MSGs, whether it's an EFL gain or whether it is a high school diploma equivalent. So running just a table 4 just by itself, that's going to be for your entire program. But does anybody have any questions about running a table 4 either on a specific staff member or on a specific class? Because that could also be something that you could take advantage of. Okay, this is a good question. What is the difference between running a table 4 by teacher versus running running by class? If you select all classes a teacher is assigned to. Okay, so yeah, so basically running a table 4 by class, it is, and I'm going to cover that just real quick. So when we are in the searches pane here, we just need to scroll down and go to enrollments, okay? And we can click on enrollments. And then we have these options here, which you might be asking about. We have class all students. So that is basically saying any and all students who are in a class, whether they are still active or not, okay? So they can have an overall status of left. They can have an overall status of completed the program, whatever it may be. They are going to show up in that search. We also have class enrolled students, which in contrast, that is going to have those students who are still active. Just those students who are active. It's not going to include those other ones who might have a status of left or whatnot. Okay. And so if you, yes, Dr. Hill, I will. If you do that by staff, we understand that a lot of our programs, teachers will sometimes share students. And so doing it by staff, you might get some different numbers if you do it by by a staff member, if you would, if you did it by that staff member's class. Okay. So for example, if I just want to do class, I could do all students or enrolled students. It just kind of depends on what you're looking for. I'll do enrolled students. If you click on that, a new box is going to pop up and it is going to show you any and all classes that have been entered into LACES. Okay. And so what I would always do, and the training database is so weird, but what I would do is filter for the classes for the term that you are looking for, because that's going to reduce the amount of classes that you have to choose from. So you have your term over here, and you can click on the filter button. Okay. And all I would do is just in this first box, like for example, if you're just looking for classes for 2020-2021, I would type that in, click on filter, and that is only going to show you those classes. Okay. So we can choose, I'm going to choose this class where Nicole Gray is the instructor, and she's teaching ABE English. So I'm going to select that. There might not be any students enrolled in this class. I'm not sure yet. It's the training database. There's one student enrolled in that class. So once you select your class and you click apply, your student grid is going to be updated with just those students. So once you have that information in your student grid, now you can run a table 4. Okay. And the table 4 is going to be representative of just those students in the in the student grid. Okay. So we can now add a table 4. We want to select the relevant fiscal year, and that's going to produce the results that we're looking for. Again, don't really mind the numbers too much here, because it's it's a training database. But that is how you can run a table 4, either on a class or a staff member. The staff search works exactly the same way. I'm going to close out this class search. And that's just a general reminder overall is if you have a search open that you no longer need to use, make sure to close it out before you move on to a new search, because you could get into a situation where you're accidentally stacking searches that you don't mean to, and that could skew your results. So if you want to move on to an entirely new search, just always close out the search that you have open. And like I said, the same thing applies if you want to do a staff search. You go to enrollments, you click on staff, and a new box of staff members is going to pop up for your program. And you can select the relevant staff that you want to choose, click apply, and any students who are assigned, who are under that teacher, that's who is going to show up in the student grid. And then from there, we do just like we always, like we did last time, run a table 4. And there you have it. I want to choose an actual, there we go. I had to choose a different fiscal year to actually show some data here. But that is how you would do that. Okay. Any questions about that? Okay, the very last thing that I want to highlight before I turn it over to Jana is this is more right over here. Okay, in the light green bar near the top, you have more. I want you guys to really just take advantage of that information. Just kind of play around with this a little bit, because I don't think we use this enough. And this could be some really, this could help you with some really important information. Like, for example, if you want to see scaled scores, and this was a question that came up from a director, so this was like an actual scenario. She was asking me is there a table that is going to show me each subject area that a student has tested in, along with their scaled scores, along with their current fiscal year hours? And so I had to do a little research, and the answer is yes. If you go to more and then you go to all assessments, that is going to do as the name implies. That is going to show you all assessments. So since it's based on the assessment and not the student, you're going to see a whole bunch of duplicates when it comes to the student because it's displaying every assessment that they've taken. Okay. Now, depending on the information that you want to see, you're going to have to edit your view manager, which, just a quick little crash course here, is right up here in the corner where it says view. You can click on that, go down to open view manager. And in this director's case, I'm going to click on my view. I'll just create a new one for training purposes. To do this, you need to select one of the shared views, which is a student assessment list in this case. Click on copy, and then just rename it to whatever you want to. Okay. So student assessment list, I'm just going to say 2. I'm going to hit save. And now these available fields are ready for me to add to my selected fields. Okay. So you can see in your selected fields, I got the name of my student, I got the date assessed, I got all the information about the assessment that they took, the instrument, the form, the level, I got the scale score. The thing that I would remove here is raw score. I would remove that because that's not information that we have. And then also the SPL and the GLE. We used to have that information, but we don't actually go by that any longer. That just auto populates. So we can remove that. But anyways, so we have our scaled score here. And in the case of this question that the director was asking me, she also wanted to see the current fiscal years, okay? Or the current fiscal year hours, I should say. So in our available fields, we have a lot of search options, but you can really shorten the amount of options that you have here by simply typing in. So I want some current fiscal years. I'm just going to hit the letter C, and it's going to show me all my options with C. I'm going to select my current fiscal year instructional hours, add that, and I have that information now, so I can click save, and my my grid is now going to be updated with this new field for current fiscal year instructional hours. So wanted to make sure to show that to you because that was an actual scenario that popped up. Some of the other ones that I want you to focus on, all hours is another good one. One that has been really helpful for me is the all pops summary. Okay, this is really helpful because whereas the student grid, it's based on the student, so it's only going to show a student one time. The all pops, that is going to show you, as the name implies, all pops. Okay, so it's not, so you might see a situation where a student is in here more than once. That means that student has more than one pop. Okay. And so this could be something that you can also work with and look at. And as far as me actually running data match, this has been very helpful for me because when it comes to data match, we have to basically do a follow-up for each pop, okay? Because there's an exit date within each pop. So that's kind of an aside that's off the beaten track, but just to say, these are very helpful, and I just kind of wanted to show you guys some of these additional things that you might or might not have already been aware of. Okay. Any questions? Because my throat's dry. I've covered everything I wanted to. So do you guys have any questions? Questions, comments, complaints? If you have any complaints, please don't put them on the survey that I still need to create.
They want you to clarify the IETP versus the IETE.
Okay. So we have two different things in LACES, or two different classifications of an IET in LACES. We have IETP and IETP/credential. The big difference here, the big difference here is IETP, that is going to be your pretty much any IET that does not lead to a nationally recognized credential. Okay, so things like your OSHAs, your ServSafes, Melissa mentioned one earlier that I can't remember right now, but anything that does not lead to a nationally recognized, industry recognized credential. Okay, if it is an IET that leads to a nationally recognized credential, like a CNA, like a welding, like a CDL, things of that nature, that is when it's going to be classified as an IETP/credential. Okay, but they all fall under the bigger umbrella of IET. Okay, whichever one you have an IET. Okay, so that's the main difference between the two. How to enter outcomes. Do you mean work history? Yes, Becky. Oh, a manual outcome. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go through this really quickly. I know it's almost lunchtime. And Jana, I think Jana does want to do an activity really quickly before we go to lunch. So let me open up a student record just real quick. The main, when you are entering a manual outcome, there are two main tabs that you want to focus on, okay? And it really depends on the outcome itself. If it is employment, when you are within a student record, you need to go to the history tab, okay? If it's work history, go to the history tab. Once you are in the history tab, you have to go down a little ways and you will see the work history pane right here. If you click on that, you can see that this person in the database has already had a lot of work history. Yeah, but once you click on the work history pane, you see this add a new record right here. And that's where you would add that employment information that you have collected from the manual outcome. The important thing to note here is for the earnings, okay, and this is a rule. We don't have this rule at the state level. This is beyond us. In order for employment to count on table 5, when you're entering this information, we have to have earnings, okay? We know that that's a sensitive subject for some people. You might not be able to get the earnings information. However, if you simply just put $1, put $2, it doesn't even matter. If you just put $1 in that amount, employment is going to show up. Okay, but we have to have something in the earnings for that to trigger on the table. Okay, that is for your work history. That's for your employment on that menu outcome. For your education, just like I was talking about earlier, you're going to go to your education tab, and then it's going to be in that post-secondary education or training. And you're going to click on add a new record, and then you're just going to go through that information. Okay. The more information, the better, but you will see that the only one that's required is just the post-secondary institution type. Okay. But will also be very, very important is to give us the enroll date, the exit date, as well as the credential attained. Okay. And then the date earned, obviously. So these aren't required fields, but we really need this information as much as possible. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. All righty. Well, if you guys don't have any more questions, that is pretty much for me, for my portion of this training, that is pretty much all I got. So again, I want to thank you guys, especially for the participation with the challenge statements. That was very good. You guys had a lot of really good feedback.
John, can I ask one question before
Sure.
you go?
Sure.
When it comes to OSHA and SafeServe, I understand that's an IETP, but will there be a drop down in like the outcomes area, like the CRC and the wage, to choose OSHA or SafeServe?
For future purposes, you mean? Like when we're...
Well, I'm just wondering, do we need to put anything else, or, anywhere else besides just stating that they're an IETP? Do we need to be showing specific credentials or certifications that they've earned that's not nationally recognized?
Yeah, I would just put the name of the certification because that will populate in the record when you include that information. It's not anything that's going to show up on a table necessarily, like on a federal table, but that is information that will be in the student's record. And then, as you said, as long as you're classifying that they're IETP or IETP credential during their enrollment, then that's going to take care of that. But yeah, no, you wouldn't, there wouldn't be anything that else that you would need to do to classify it as an IET.
Okay, so we don't need to keep any records within LACES showing what extra certificates they've earned.
Well, no, I would still do that.
Where would you do it? Would it be under outcome?
So any other certificates, it would be, so in that education tab, there's the diploma/credential.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's where I would put that information.
Yeah. Sorry. I
No.
remember you telling me that. Okay.
No, you're good.
I had a quick question, John,
Okay.
on the manual outcomes. We still fill that paperwork out, the manual outcome, and their income form,
Yes.
and send it in to you guys still
Yes.
on top of entering it in LACES.
Yes, please.
Okay, who do we send that to?
You need to send that to the adult ed email address. And then send it to the adult ed email address. And then more than likely that would just be forwarded to me.
Okay, Because I wasn't sure at the end of last year when I sent it, who to send it to and if it got to who it needed to. And I may have sent it to you, I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Righty. Well, thank you guys. Like I said, I am, if there are, and again, if you do have any questions that just happen to pop up after you leave today or what have you, feel free to email us, okay? This isn't information that we're going to be gatekeeping, I promise. We'll be talking about it more. And if you have any questions, we'll do the best of our ability to answer those. Okay. Right. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I'm gonna mute myself and I am gonna turn it over to Jana.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to keep you for no more than 10 minutes for a second, and then we're going to go to lunch, and then we'll come back and get into some more things. But I really wanted to go through this activity before you left because I think a lot of our questions keep coming from one particular foundation, okay? So it's an understanding piece. So if you have a piece of paper near you, any piece of paper, if you could just quickly number that paper 1 through 12. I'm about to take you through an activity that would be wonderful for you to take your entire staff through just to give them some understanding, okay? My part is about making connections. A few years ago, I realized that, you know, we have a lot of information that comes at you. And it's more so at that state level, but it's hard for people to really understand at the program level what all this means, how to connect all of these dots. So that's why we wrote this training. I wanted everybody to understand that pretty much every single thing you do in your program leads to your money. That's pretty much every single thing that we ask for, all the documentation. It goes back to that student performance and making sure you're meeting compliance, okay? Those teacher competencies, planning with data, teacher PDs, teacher evaluations, classroom engagement, course offerings, your customer service, those things lead to that student performance, which the federal government is asking us to make sure that we get each student to make at least one educational gain in order to be in compliance with the law, okay? So this is what I'm gonna take you through. Like I said, if you have a quick piece of paper, just number your paper 1 through 12. And you're gonna meet one of our students. Her name is Cindy Lopper. If you're older like me, you'll know Cindy. And I'm just giving you a little background on Cindy, okay? Cindy is a high school, she has a high school diploma. Cindy works at Walmart. Right before she came into our adult ed program, she made $10 at Walmart, okay? Now, please, for you all out there who really understand how much wages are, just go with me on the wages thing, okay? During our time with Cindy, when Cindy came into our program, and this is Chinchilla Community College Adult Ed Education Program, because I have 2 chinchillas and I just name everything chinchillas. Go with it though. So during our program, we learned that Cindy wanted to go through a CNA program. So we put her in a CNA program in our adult ed program, okay? She did well in her math skills, but her English skills were kind of lacking. She entered the program July 25th. And so that was first quarter for us. Her exit date was October 18th, second quarter. She pre-tested in reading with a score of 550, which meant she was on an M level. That's why I gave you the reading scores on the side. She post-tested at a reading level of 615, which was a D. And you'll see on the side how close she was to the next level. Not going to say that yet. After Cindy exited our program, Cindy got a job working at Allied Healthcare, making $12.50. So she ended up making more money, okay? By fourth quarter, Cindy ended up working at a private nursing home for $14 whole, okay? So this is what we know about Cindy. Now, Cindy can be any one of you all's student, okay? So I just put all of this information here for our activity. So, you know, if you need to go back to the next screen, you can. Okay, so these are the things that we know about Cindy. Let me go to my next thing. So this is what we're going to do for that 1 through 12. I want you to put a check next to the number if this applies to Cindy. Okay, so John talked about measures of accountability. So in plain English, what does this mean? So for Cindy, were we able to move one level up for Cindy? Okay, remember Cindy started on an M and went to a D. So if we were able to move her up, put a check by number 1. If we weren't able to move her up, don't put anything. You can put an X if you want to, if you just want to put something, okay? Number 2, did Cindy get a GED in our program? Well, no, she had already came in with a high school diploma, so we weren't able to get her a GED, which is okay. So on number 2, we will put an X, okay, or leave it blank. For number 3, did I say she attended a post-secondary college or technical school? Did she obtain a post-secondary diploma? Put a check yes, or put an X no, okay? Number 4, does the student have a job after exit second quarter? So remember, did she have a job after second quarter? For number 5, does the student have a job after exit fourth quarter? Put a check, yes, or X no. Did she obtain any credentials? I remember she went through our CNA program. She was successful. We did a great job with Cindy. Did she obtain instructional hours? Check yes, X no. Did she obtain a credential at a college? Check yes, X no. Wages. Was she able to get a better job and a higher wage? Did her wages go up? Check yes, X no. Number 10, did she obtain a GED and attend a post-secondary through us? Check yes, X no. Did she obtain a GED and then get a job? Check yes, or exit no, X no. And last, number 12, did she go through a post-secondary and get a credential? Check yes, or X no, okay? So, and I know I went through that pretty fast, but let's go over the answers right now, because really this is what you want to make sure all of your students kind of go through, where you're checking to see where you're getting all of your accountability. Are you getting all of your outcomes for each student? Okay. So your answer key. So number 1, yes, the program did move her up 1 level gain. So we should have had a check for number 1. Okay. However, we did kind of miss another MSG because she was only 2 points away from a level A, if you notice that. Her original score was 615 on in a D, but she was only like 2 points away from a level A. So if we were really watching her scores, then we could have moved her up another level gain. And remember, compliance is just 1 level gain, but you can also get multiple level gains as a state for your funding. So you don't want to miss those opportunities. We didn't test her in language and math. So those were 2 more opportunities. We could have had 3 checks so far for this one. Because her highest score was in math. So why didn't we go back and test her in math? And now I know many times in our programs, we have students who just want to get in and out, but they don't really know what they're in for when they walk into your program. And so if you might sell it correctly, maybe sell it in a way that helps your program get the most gains from that student, you really want to make sure you do that. Okay. The program overall, just for number one, missed 3 MSGs because they didn't test her in language, they didn't test her in math, and they didn't look at those scores to see how close she was from moving from a D to an A, okay? Number 2, did the student get a GED? Nope, we couldn't do it because she already had a GED. So number 2, that was an X for us. We couldn't do that. Did she attain a post-secondary college or technical school diploma? Well, the program missed the opportunity to connect Cindy with the community college counselors to talk to her about stackable credentials. So we had her in a CNA program, but we never brought in our partners and said, hey, Cindy, the next thing you could do is maybe get an LPN or RN. Some programs can be as short as 7 to 24 months. And if you really think about it, we're actually tracking a student once they exit our program for at least 1 year. So after that student leaves our program, we have many opportunities within that next year to get credit for the things they do. And she wasn't enrolled. We didn't enroll her or help her get into a college so she could get those LPN credentials or start working on any other credentials. Let's see. We also missed a recruitment opportunity for your LEA. Now, some schools you're with colleges already. So this is passive recruitment. When you have a CNA IET on your program and you're trying to move them along into that college and university. So you want to make sure you're not missing those opportunities because your LEA is looking for students all the time. If you're a school district and you build a partnership with a community college, that also helps them as well. If you're helping them, they can help you, and you're creating mutually beneficial partnerships. So you don't want to miss those opportunities. So in this 1 through 3, just in accountability measures, we missed a couple opportunities. The next one, outcomes. Why won't you go? Let's see, I'm sorry. Okay, follow-up. For our follow-up, does the student have a job after exit 2? Absolutely. She had a job at Ally Health. So she had a job that second quarter after exit. So we should have had a check for that. So your program gets credit for that. Did the student have a job after that fourth quarter? Yes. So we had a check for that. She was working in a nursing home for more money. So your program got a check, got credit for those outcomes for that. Did she obtain credentials? Yes, because she passed the CNA test and earned a credential. So your program now just got credit for that. So far, we're doing great with these outcomes. Instructional hours. Cindy completed 87 hours while attending that CNA program. So your program now just got credit for that. 8, she obtained a credential at a college. Cindy didn't obtain a credential from college or a technical school because we forgot to connect her. So we didn't get credit for that. For 9, did we get credit for helping Cindy get a better job and a higher wage? Absolutely. Because remember, before our program, she was working at Walmart. She was making $10 an hour. So she was working 40 hours a week. So she was probably bringing home $400 weekly, $1,600 a month. But then after our program, she got her CNA license and she first had a job at Allied Health making $1,250. That $1,250 weekly came out to be $500 weekly and $2,000 monthly. But then Cindy found even a better job at $14 an hour at a nursing home, a private nursing home. And she was able to make $560 a week at $2,240 monthly. So our program now just got more credit because Cindy got a better job with higher wages. And remember, that's the entire point of WIOA. 10, did we get credit for that? Let's see, GED and attended a post-secondary. Nope, we didn't get that because Cindy came in with the GED already. So unfortunately, we don't get credit for that. We also don't get credit for number 11, GED with a job, because once again, she already had her high school diploma. And then 12, post-secondary and a credential, Once again, we missed that opportunity because we did not connect her to a college. So I just wanted to help you all understand that for each and every one of your students, there are 12 ways that you're getting accountability measures checked for your program and outcomes. And this is what you almost need to do with almost all of your students. Sit down with your team and help them understand this is how your program gets funding. It's as simple as this. This is what all of this means. This is what John went through with the very beginning. This is how we get our funding. And you don't want to miss opportunities because we're overlooking little things. And I see a lot of our programs overlooking little things, especially your GED students. Look at that. Look at the fact that there are at least 3 opportunities that you can get outcomes for your program because a student is getting a GED. So don't allow a student just to come in and get a GED and then we're done with them. Make sure we're connecting them to that post-secondary, or we're helping them get a better job, or that GED with a credential. We're connecting them to an IET program. That is the most important thing you can do. You guys are working extremely, extremely hard. And sometimes it doesn't reflect in LACES and in your numbers, but that's because we're really not analyzing our data. Okay, I really wanted to do that before lunch because at the end of the day, I know you're tired and this is a long training. We're going to take lunch and then we're going to come back and I'm going to talk about some more stuff that kind of goes along with all of this information. Okay, it is 11:57. I really want to be done by 2:30. And so can we come back at 1 o'clock on the dot so I can finish up? Okay. And if you have any questions between the lunchtime, please put them in the chat and I will try to answer them when I come back. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Have a good lunch. Tell them, make sure they sign in.
Hello, everyone. This is Nicole. Thank you for joining us today. If you have not signed in, please go ahead and do so at this time. Put your name in the chat box in the program that you're with, and we're going to start in approximately 2 minutes.
Okay, we're back. I hope lunch was wonderful for you. Let's see. Let me get myself together. Hopefully everybody is back. So in this session, basically
Jana.
we're going to be talking about all of the connection pieces. What does it look like in your program? And that's why I started
Jana.
off with that activity. And just to review a little, what I'm trying to show you, let me go back a screen, is that pretty much for every single student that you have, you should
Jana.
be getting these credits. This
Jana.
credit helps your program with funding. Okay, and you don't want to miss funding opportunities. Yes, Wendy.
Dr. Hill said what Carol's trying to get you.
Okay.
There was like music in the background.
She's got her sound, with our sound down.
There was music in the background.
Are you on mute, Tim?
I believe so.
You've got your sound off.
I have my sound off.
That's why you can't hear what Carol's talking.
Okay. Let me.
John is muted, so.
There's music in the background.
Ah,
Probably through John's.
John?
Yeah, sometimes he plays music in the background while we're on break.
okay. Now I'm up. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh.
But Carol, did you have something to say? Were you speaking?
I need to stop sharing John's phone.
Yeah.
It's already stopped. Oh. I'm hearing your screen.
But Carol? I still can't hear anything.
Do they still hear me? Make sure they-
Tell me in the chat. Can you hear me? Because I can't
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you with Carol. Okay, go
Yes.
for it.
There was this music that was playing in the background, and the whole time I thought it was the lunch music,
Mhm.
and it was some video that was playing on my own computer. So sorry, it's all me.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. Well, so as this pertains to, let's pretend for a second to follow-up measures, because a lot of you all had an issue or had questions about those manual outcomes. So those manual outcomes are directly related to number 4 and number 5, because at the end of the day, if your student couldn't be tracked, their job status for the second quarter and fourth quarter could not be tracked through data match with their Social Security, then you're going to just fill out a little worksheet and send it in to get that credit. That's why that manual outcome form is so important. And so if you are a border city, if you're in West Memphis or Kathleen, I know she's near Oklahoma, it's extremely important for you all to make sure that if your students don't have a Social Security number that can be tracked for data match, then you are making sure that you're writing that out and following up with that, because there are 12 credits your program could possibly get, and it's actually more, because remember those MSGs, you could get multiple MSGs. So just this screen alone is just the federal measures. You can still get more credit, okay? So that's why understanding this is important. That's why as a director, I would sit down with all my staff and just do this simple worksheet. Take one of your own students and go through this checklist and see, did we get this student an MSG? Did we get this student or a GED? Because they either get a GED or MSG, or, you know, hey, if they take TABE as well and make a gain on that and do the GED, that's extra checks you get for your program. Are you making sure that you are talking to the universities and colleges near you or technical schools and making sure those students go to the next level? That's all credit for your program. If your staff does not understand how you're getting that funding, it's harder for them when they're sitting in staff meetings with you and you're saying all this stuff about MSGs and post-secondary, and it's all going over their head because they're like, yeah, how does that apply to me? What applies to you, because a lot of this is in our control. You know, maybe that teacher still is connected with that student, and at the end of the day, you know, you don't have the correct phone number in your system, but that teacher knows that student, because they go to church with them, or they saw them at Walmart and they started talking to them and they were like, yeah, I got a new job and yeah, I'm making more money. Those are outcomes you could possibly be losing because we're all not on the same page. Okay, so that's why this is very important. You all have this PowerPoint, but like I said, I first did this at a program in Northwest Arkansas. We took a student and we looked at their scores. We looked at the student and how much credit that student got for the program. And it was just some missing opportunities, you know? And of course, you're not gonna be able to get credit for all these 12 things for every student, but try to get as much as you can, okay? It's important to look at this data because this data is telling you so much information. And I know John at one point said, yeah, make sure you have at least one person in your program who is looking at that data. I say train them all. I went to one of the best teacher schools in Illinois. I had people from all over the country coming to our school to find teachers to work across the United States. When I graduated, I was a special ed teacher, and I could have had a job in Louisiana, Texas, everywhere. And what was so funny is I thought I was so ready to go as a teacher. But it's funny how I think about 8 or 9 years ago, it wasn't until probably my 10th or 11th year of teaching where I learned how to plan with data, because I had a principal who set us down and made us look at data and made us move that data from wall to wall and talk about the data and discuss it. And that's when I was able to start moving my students. So listen to it, because it's telling you which demographics are succeeding. Maybe in your program, you have 25 African-American male students in your program, but only 2 have made a gain. Why? What is going on in the program? Why are they not making a gain, but you have 25 Hispanic males who maybe at least 20 of them have made the gain? So what is going on? You have to dig. You have to look at that retention, your retention efforts, your recruitment efforts, your hours, those gains, post-test levels. You have to make sure you're building partnerships. Guys, oh my goodness, there are so many resources out there that are, there are federal contracts. WIOA is basically giving programs an opportunity to help students get jobs, and they're already doing the groundwork. It's a matter of you seeking out the resources in your community, because they already have CNA programs set up and things like that, where you could just partner with them and still get credit for IET. They already do the groundwork and they get credit, you could get credit. So just make sure you're tapping into your community resources. I'm gonna talk about E&E in plain English, because this still baffles me. We have a lot of our staff who don't understand what E&E means. So according to adult education policy, programs must meet a E&E at 48% for the 2020-2021 program year. So what does that mean? Okay, let's pretend for a second a program is meeting performance at 43% E&E. This means your program has made, 43% of your program has made a gain, a gain. This means that 43% of your program grew academically. If your program had 100 students, 43 moved up 1 level game or obtained a high school equivalency. This is just showing the government that, yes, the government gave us funding to make sure our students move up a level. We must justify that funding. That's all it means. So, you know, I know sometimes it feels hard for our programs to show that we're meeting this E&E at 48%. It's not 70%, which is a normal rate of progress. So make sure your teachers understand what that E&E means. I just created this because it kind of gives you a where are we now perspective. So if you're coming out of your first quarter from July to the end of September, where should you be as far as your E&E? If you're not above 15%, then you might have to start really, really digging into data and your program and say, what's going on? Why aren't at least 15% of our students making a gain? Second quarter is 25%. That's a good range. So if you're at 25% by the end of December, okay, you're right on track. If you're above it, great. If you're below it, we need to really focus and dig into this data. Call us if you need us. Third quarter, 35%. You want to make sure that you're on the road to that 48%, because by the end of June, you have to be at 48%. So this is just a checkpoint, okay? COVID. I wanted to talk about COVID because I know it's the end all be all of this year, because on one side, we're like, oh my God, our programs are shrinking. But on the flip side, what are we supposed to be focused on? I need you to focus on, if you usually have 500 students in your program and right now you only have 100, focus on those 100. Focus and make sure they make at least one educational gain. That's all you can do right now. You also need to create plans, alternative plans, because yes, this has been our reality for a year and a half almost. So instead of talking to our PAs and saying, hey, well, you know, COVID, it's, hey, yeah, COVID hit. So it's hurting our program, but this is our plan. So this is alternative plan. This is how we're getting our students in, or this is how we're getting them tested. So that means that, yes, we are focused on TABE testing online. We are giving that TABE Class E online because our students can't get there. We cannot continue to allow our programs to bleed out students and not have an alternative means of a plan, okay? So look at your program and say, how are you serving your students during COVID? What are you doing right? What are you doing wrong? Okay, because this is hard. Tap into other programs. You all are your best resources. I hear you all, I truly listen to what your programs do, and then I share it with other programs because that's all I can do. Adopt a case management system if you need to. If you have 50 students in the program and you have maybe 5 teachers, divide those 50 students up and give them the teachers and say, you're in charge of calling these students, following up with them, sending them Remind 101s to say, hey, can't wait to see you this week. Connecting them with the career coach, looking at those their test scores to see how close they are to the next level, making sure that if you can test a student in all 3 subjects, you try. If you can't because it's going to exhaust your student, don't. Every student you must take by case, okay? Look at each student in your program. Determine what your student needs to make those gains. Focus on those MSGs, those outcomes. Take your students through that chart. Any questions so far? Because I know I'm going fast. I'm passionate about this. We felt like this was important information to connect because we want to make sure you're connecting all of your dots, okay? So Wendy is going to tell me if I get any questions in there, or if you all have zoned out and you started making a Christmas list already, let me know. Say,
The only question has been, is this presentation part of the original presentation that was shared in the chat? I told
Yes.
Dr. Clark also.
yes, absolutely, yes. And like I said, this is a presentation that we created and it's just kind of morphed. So every time if you've been here to this before, it's changed a little bit, and we're going to continue to change and grow, okay, as we see the needs in the field. So as a program advisor, I've been here for 4 years, and the one thing I noticed while talking to directors, I see 3 major overall umbrella problems. Either I see policy and procedure issues where sometimes your staff is unaware of the adult ed policies, they're unaware of the policies, and you don't have procedures in place in your program that align with our policies. I've seen programs trying to test students who just want to come in for GED, and they won't let them take that practice test unless they do this and this and that. And some of that goes against our policy. So making sure that you just did not give your staff a booklet and say, here, read this stuff, going through it and making sure they understand it. The one way we know our fellow PAs know stuff is through conversation. It really is. We don't sit there and just grill each other. When you all come to us with a problem, we talk it out and we listen to one another. And in that conversation, we realize if our own coworkers are growing. So I suggest you do that with your staff. Talk about some of your policies and procedures and how they're aligned or how they can be barriers. Because sometimes I've seen programs create barriers within their own program. So try to go through those and talk those out. Another problem I see is data input problems. You don't have enough eyes on that data. I had one program lose out on about 18 GEDs my first year here, and it was nothing we could do about it because they were so late in putting in the information. They were trying to put in GEDs in, I think, July or August, and for the previous year. We can't do that because according to our policy, we can't they input data after August 1st. So it's things like that. And that data person didn't know the policy, or they were unaware, or they got behind. So just making sure that your data input has enough eyes checking and rechecking. You know, we're humans, we make mistakes. It's okay to make the mistakes, but just have checkpoints in place. Have checks and balances regarding data input. I cannot stress that enough. And that data input is also those manual outcomes. I think me and Nicole were talking about, did you find out how many ESL students we have?
Yeah, come back to.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to Nicole, because one of the things that I hear is that we have a bunch of ESL students on our roster. And of course, they don't have, some of them don't have social security numbers. So of course, they're not going to be data matched. But how many data points are we losing out on them because we're not even tracking them to complete those manual outcome forms? It's amazing. Like, I know she's gonna give me that number in a minute. I'll come back to that point. Next, the last one, the biggest one, because we are adult education. And like Nick said, I feel like sometimes in education, we put a lot of Band-Aids on things. We try to ignore classroom concerns because we love our teachers. Yes, we absolutely do love our teachers. Teachers are the hardest working people, one of the hardest working professions I've ever seen in my life.
According to my numbers, we have 2,719 ESL.
Okay, let me get back to the classroom issues. Nicole said we have 2,719 ESL students. And how many manual outcome forms did you say we got last year? 26. 26 manual outcome forms. So you mean to tell me 2,700 students didn't have a job after second quarter or fourth quarter? Really? That's a lot of outcomes we're missing out on because of policy. We don't have a policy in place in our programs that is tracking that data. So please make sure you have that in place. If you don't take anything from this training, if you take home one thing, take that with you, please. So going back to those classroom concerns, our teachers work hard. They love our students, but sometimes it's the little things that are keeping us back from making gains, because we're just trusting it's going to be okay. Well, this teacher has taught for 30 years, so they know what they're doing. I made rice for 30 years, and it took my 16-year-old to tell me one day while she was looking at me that I was doing it wrong. So you just can't trust that everything is going to work out. You have to bring your teachers together. You have to create professional learning opportunities for them. You have to continually to develop your teachers. Every teacher in your program should understand those standards. Every teacher in your program should be held accountable for understanding how to plan with that data, how to look at a student's TABE score and align those TABE areas of growth with what they're asking for on TABE. Every teacher in your program should be trying to engage each student they have. Everything doesn't have to be a dog and a pony show. I understand that. However, engagement leads to learning. Okay, so real quick, we're going to quickly go through something and see where are your areas of issues in your program. In the chat, be honest, this is a safe space, okay? Where do you think, just at the top of your head, do you feel like your biggest area of growth is? And your strengths. Start with your strengths. Say, hey, you know what? We're doing data input very well, but we might need to focus on classroom concerns, or we might need to focus on that policy and procedures, because yeah, I did give my people a book. So in the chat, real quick, give me a S in strength and a for area of growth, because I hate to say weakness, because it's, you know, hey, we're gonna grow. Everybody's gonna grow. Be honest.
Classroom concerns are the area of growth. Data input is on point.
John Kelly, thank you. Classroom concerns are your area of growth. Data input is on point. Good job. Hit yourself on the back. Data is her strength.
Data and instruction, Natasha, I'm guessing that's the fast.
I got sad faces on here. Okay.
You say, yeah, there's always your outcomes, growth, classroom, material weakness. Well, y'all moving fast. I can't.
Wow.
follow.
Pilot procedures for teachers to analyze data is an area of growth. Okay. Because here's the thing, you can't solve a problem until you know the problem. And, you know,
I'm sorry.
let's see, strength.
Say policies and procedures are they strength? That's pretty.
Good. I'm getting a lot of strengths are policies and procedures. That's awesome. Amazing teachers who are willing to go beyond. Yes, I love that. And we do. When I tell you adult, I've been to probably about 20 programs. I haven't got to all 36. And when I tell you these teachers are amazing, they want to be here. They love their jobs. And so I definitely see it, but they also do seek some growth. And that's what I love about teachers. We are not scared. We're not scared to grow. We're always wanting to learn.
Larry said manual outcomes is a growth, and somebody else said manual outcomes.
So that manual outcomes is a data input issue. You have to track your data. That is a part of data. Strengths, customer service, good. Customer service is definitely an engagement piece. It's a retention piece. I'm gonna say it again, but I'm gonna call it out. Miss Kim, her program, she told me, she said, I have a student who drives an hour. Their family drives an hour to my program, and they bring food, great food too, by the way. And I looked at Kim and I said, wow, I said, they passed at least 3 adult ed programs that they could be going to. But because your customer service is so good, that says a lot about your program. So don't ever, ever throw that customer service away. I have walked into programs and I wanted to walk completely out. I walked in and I was like, and walked out. I walked out because of the parking lot. It just didn't look safe. It was broken up. I walked in the program. It looked depressing. I was like, I could be depressed at home. It was cold. I've seen dead roaches in the corner. I've seen some stuff that I'm like, you know what? I could do this at home. So make sure that you're focusing on your program and you're looking at everything, because it's the little things that make people leave. Okay. Thank you all so much for participating in that. Let me move on before I get super behind and I keep you too long. So quickly, little test for you. No, I don't have roaches. I don't invite roaches to my house, but I'm just saying in programs I've had, which it was concerning. So this is scenarios. I'm giving you 4 scenarios and you kind of tell me in the chat real quick, and Nicole's gonna call them out. What type of issue is it? Is it a policy issue, a data entry issue, or instructional issue? Okay. So number 1, we have 500 people who have walked into your program for the 2020 program year. Only 215 made it to your table 4. What is the issue? Where did 291 people go? Is it a policy issue, a data entry issue, or an instructional issue? Which one do you think is the biggest overall issue? Because it could be a lot, but where? Instruction, most people are saying instruction. Yes, I would definitely take a look at instruction first, definitely. It might be our onboarding process, our orientation. It could be data entry. But the first thing I would look for is our instruction. Then I would look at the data entry. Okay, so where is the problem start and where could it possibly be? Okay, good job. Number 2, Wendy is enrolled in the program for 4 months. She has a total of 19.6 hours. What is the issue? Why does she only have an average of 5 hours a month? What's going on with Wendy? Have we not reached out to Wendy? Did Wendy not like her teacher? Do we know what's going on?
Instruction,
data entry or instruction. Maybe Wendy has been there every single day, but data entry got behind because we don't have a policy in place. Or maybe we're just not checking on Wendy. So yes, definitely looking at that instruction or data entry. Or did we have a policy in place for our students who only make 5 hours per month? What did we do? What, as far as a teacher goes, or who's checking up on her? What's our policy for that? So it could be any one of those. All right, number 3, it's August 23rd and 39 students have post-tested. So, you know, the quarter just started. It's been about 2 months. 27 of these students made gains that didn't register in LACES. So what are we missing? What is the issue? Data entry. Data. So we're gonna make sure we're gonna look back at that data entry, and we're not gonna wait till the end of the year. And we're checking that constantly. We have eyes on that. We want to make sure we're in this data every single day. All right, last one. John has obtained 56 instructional hours. However, his teacher does not feel like he is ready to take the reading tab 11-12 assessment. Therefore, the program waited until John had 88 hours to assess him. John still did not make a gain. What is the issue? This is a trick question.
Instruction and policy. Policy.
What do you think is the answer? I'm gonna start first with policy, because I need to understand why my teachers decided to wait 88 hours. We could have tested him twice by now. Remember, if the student doesn't make a gain, it's not hurting your numbers at that time. I mean, we want them to make a gain, but you want to take every opportunity you can, because you've wasted an opportunity to test him twice instead of once. That's number one. Okay, then yes, we're going to look at that instruction. We're going to make sure that we've aligned John's areas of need with what the TABE is actually asking. Okay, so definitely making sure we're looking at each student. Thank you all. Thank you for participating. Great job. All right, so the autopsy. Let's dig into this data. Let's dissect it. First, we have to identify the problem, and that's why I went over those major 3 problems. So, is policy an issue? Program policies should be aligned with adult education policies. It's as simple as that. It's imperative that everyone in your program understand the following policies. You have the adult education policy, the assessment policy, the DRC TABE 11-12 testing guidelines, ESL specific testing guidelines, GED guidelines. Everybody in your program needs to understand these guidelines. Listen, you don't have to memorize them. I keep booklets by my desk. They're all annotated. They're highlighted. When you all call me and ask me a question, I'd grab the book because I don't like to be wrong. We grab the book and we ask each other because nobody knows all our information offhand. We kind of have a feeling. So make sure your staff has that feeling. They know the information and not just one person in your program. 2, is it a data entry process issue? Data entry, check it, recheck it, check it again, check it again, check it again. I don't know what else to tell you because this leads to your funding. We're looking in LACES to make sure that we give you proper credit for your funding, okay? So make sure you're rechecking it. Instruction. Is it an instructional issue? An instructional challenge is a difficulty or an obstacle that hinders students as they attempt to achieve specific learning outcomes. Instructional challenges. The student can have motivational issues, cognitive issues, and logistical in nature. For the most part, you're not going to be able to move every student. But what attempts are you all making as a program to move this student? Because yes, students get excited. They come in, they're like, yes, I'm going to get my GED. And then they get in the program and they start to lose that motivation. Or they never had the cognitive function to be there in the first place. A lot of our students have disabilities. Guys, they didn't do well in K through 12. So making sure that we're checking for disabilities, making sure that we keep them motivated. That's why I said maybe a case management system or having that career coach checking in on them or what policies you have in place to keep that motivation up. Adults need motivation too. That's why I am still fat because I need motivation. I do, okay? Don't judge me, don't judge me. Classroom issues. So a challenge or a difficulty or obstacle that hinders students as they attempt to achieve specific learning outcomes. Classroom challenges. It could be our resources. Maybe our resources are not that great or conducive for our particular students. Lesson approaches. I don't know about you, but this Zoom is very difficult for most of us learners, okay? And I don't do well with sit and gets. If you're gonna sit up there and just preach to me and talk to me, I'm gonna shut down unless you're extremely funny or engaging. So maybe trying something as problem solution or project-based or contextualized instruction can maybe help your learners better because if it's relevant to them, then they're apt to be there longer. And by the way, today we have a Teaching Skills That Matter at 3 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about project-based. And then in a month, we're going to be talking about problem solutions. So make sure those teachers are on there, and that's a conversation in your program. Using guides, course outlines. Listen, guys, if students come into your program, I know the first thing they're going to say is, well, how long is it going to take me to get my GED? And you can't really logically give them a real actual date. It's not going to happen because you don't know where they are, their level of learning is. But there should be some format of a plan that can be written that you're saying, hey, okay, after looking at your scores, you're going to take this class and this class and this class. People do better if they understand where their finish line could be. Okay, kind of like you going to college. You know, in college, they didn't just whimsically say, oh, yeah, you're going to take about 15 to 20 different classes. They gave you plans based off what you were learning. And that's what helped keep you on track, because you're like, you know what, I only got 2 more classes, I could do this. Or I only got 4 more hours or 16 more hours in this, I could do this. So giving people a view of a possible finish line definitely can help. Understanding students' prior learning experiences. This is extremely, extremely important. Some of us have been traumatized in education. Traumatized. So letting a student talk to you about how they learn is extremely important. I'm constantly preaching that around here, because if we're training something and people still have questions and the same questions, I'm like, hey, we got to change up our approach, because apparently we're not doing it correctly. So let's refocus on maybe our learners are this way, or maybe our learners need that face-to-face, or this training can be on Zoom, but it only could be for an hour because our people can't gauge that much information. So understanding people's learning experience is extremely important. Engagement is important. If I could sing and tap dance and give you this PowerPoint right now just to keep you engaged, I would, because at the end of the day, I want you to walk away with more than 2 things. I lied earlier. I said I'd be happy with 1, but if you walk away with like 5 things and give us beautiful evaluations, I would be happy. Relationships. Guys, your adult students come to the adult ed program for you. I don't know how clear I can be with that. I told you I'm fat. I found a workout that I absolutely love. I love the community we built face to face. I love that community. I love going there every Tuesday and Thursday. My trainer would work us out to the point where I wanted to cry and die, okay? But I loved it. When we went to COVID and we had to do this online, I sat up there and watched my trainer and I ate Oreos. And I watched her do all of this wonderful stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I could do that. Ooh, but this Oreo is good. I can't. I didn't have a motivation because I lost my coach. I lost my one-on-one coach who would say, hey, get up, put the Oreo down, come back here, let's go, keep on moving, you got this. That's extremely important. So making sure you've built relationships with your students are gonna be the thing to keep them coming. That's why we have a family coming all the way to Kim's, driving an hour to come to Kim's program because they love that relationship. Consistency is extremely important. It should not be whimsical. Schedules shouldn't be whimsical. Testing time shouldn't be whimsical. Being consistent, making sure they can find your information. That's extremely important to people. That can make people walk away from you all forever and give you a bad rep in your community. Easy access to online information is also important. These are things that we can control. Some stuff we can't control, but these things on this list are things that are all in our control, okay? So the first step towards devising a teaching strategy or implementing a learning technology that can help students overcome instructional challenges must be identified. So ask yourself, how's it going? Sit down with your staff and go through this list of things. How's classroom instruction? Let them be honest. Let them feel safe. Let them feel like they can talk to you all, okay? Zoom instruction, how is that going? Be honest with one another. Online courses, engagement, post-testing, student interest, differentiation. How am I meeting my level 1s versus my level 4s in one class? Teacher execution, distance learning, ESL instruction. Go through this and say, how's it going, staff? So next, we're going to look at our problem and analyze it, okay? So that's step 2. What is a real problem? Remember, I said we had 3 umbrella problems, but what is it in our actual problem? Which topic do we need to dig into deeper? Now, I always tell people never, ever, ever in the history of ever, when you go through your strengths and weaknesses, only pick 3 at a time because you don't want to overwhelm yourself. You pick the ones that are the biggest issue. So what I've learned about TABE is that TABE got hard. If you were here with 9 and 10, you understand TABE 9 and 10 was kind of like being in the 3rd grade. Versus TABE 11, 12, it feels like you are a 12th grader or 11th grader. It is hard. It's the depth of knowledge is ridiculously different. So what I noticed about instruction was that we were still kind of surface level teaching, the who, what's, when's, where, and how, instead of how does this affect this? So getting into that depth of knowledge, maybe, yes, we're covering a standard, but we're not digging deep into that standard. We're not covering it to the point. We just covered it with the definition, but we didn't cover it with how to use this concept, okay? Looking at your instruction, your materials, the depth of knowledge, lack of content knowledge. Some of our teachers, just because we're a teacher doesn't mean we could teach every single thing. Listen, you don't want me to teach math. I have many principals make me all of a sudden teach math. I am not a math teacher. You don't want that for me and your students. So make sure you understand what your teachers lack in content knowledge. Don't put your uncomfortable teacher in math if that's not them, or if they're not an online teacher, or if they're not a distance learning teacher. Don't do it. Or if you have to, develop them. Give them the training they need. Okay? Dissecting reports. Which reports should we analyze? So this is a biggie. We have so many reports and laces that we can look at. We can look at performance tables, table 4, column G and H, table 4B, current pre and post test tables, level gains report, DRC student reports, DRC blueprints, and TABE 11, 12 practice tests. Yes, more work. I know, it's fun. We're gonna look at one right now, okay? So this is where I need you to put down a sandwich and stop making your Christmas list or your bikini list for the summer and come with me, okay? So these are our performance levels for each level, okay? So level 1 students, we wanna make sure that 53% of all of our students in this state are making a gain at just 53%. Level 2, 48%, level 3, 47%, level 4, 48%, level 5, 52%. So you can read and see this, okay? I'm not gonna forget my ESL levels are at the bottom, okay? So this is an actual table 4 from somebody's program, okay? So in the green right here, those are actual percentages that that program is in right now. And then the yellow are the percentages that they should be by the end of the year. So looking at this as a staff and sitting down, I don't know if it's weekly, bi-weekly, once a month, maybe once a quarter, and saying, okay, our program ABE level 1 is at 23%. We should be at 44%. Oh, wait a minute, let me go back. Is that right? It should be 53%. No, nope. Okay, so let me go back for a second. This was an old one from last year. The benchmarks have changed drastically, okay? So this year it's 44%. So now in, what month is this? We're in March, 3rd quarter, okay? So would we be concerned as a program if our level 1 students are at 23% and we need them at 44%? In March, 3rd quarter, what are we gonna do? What is the plan? Tell me, should we be concerned or is like, it'll be all right? Tell me in that chat. Would you be concerned? What would you do?
Yes, concerned, John, feel it?
Yes,
Yes, everybody's concerned.
everybody's concerned. Good job. Well, let's be concerned together. Okay. That level ABE2, and wait, let me go backwards for a second. Level 1 is hard. This is a low level. So this is special reading instruction. And this is harder because we're in COVID and half of our instruction is taking place online. And online, you have to what? Read. So we have to get crafty. We have to take those 12 students and we have to dissect who they are. And we got to figure out how to make more gains because we've only had 3 make a gain. You see that? There's one that actually got a GED. Wow, that's amazing for a level 1 student. still in G, we haven't had anybody leave, but in H, we still have 8 students sitting in our program who have not made a gain. So we need to take these students apart, see what classes they're in, see what instruction we're giving them. Let's identify the resources that we're using with these students. We're going to look at their scale scores and see how far away they are from making the next level gain. And you know what we're going to do too? We're going to see if, okay, did we just test these 12 students in reading? Because maybe they're stronger in math, and maybe we're going to go for that math MSG right now and then take our time working on that reading or that language, okay? Level 2, they're at 45% right now. We only needed to meet 43%. So are we concerned, or are we going to maintain? What would be the plan for your program? What would you do? Are you going to maintain, or are you going to still stay concerned because, hey, you don't want anything to happen? Or are you going to plan for them as well? Tell me what you would do in that chat. Yes, concern numbers could get better based on total number. Absolutely. Absolutely. Plan for them as well. Yes, be consistent. Absolutely. Don't let your guard down. We have seen programs, and I'm scary. One year we were at 45% E&E. That was the goal for the end of June. And the director got 45%. They were excited. They were like, hey, end of June, we got 45%. They went in the middle of July and finished putting in data for the previous year. And it fell to 43%. They didn't make any. So you have to make sure data is input. You're constantly watching things, because one student on here can make your percentage go down, okay? So you see how this works. So as of tomorrow, what I would do is I would print out a table 4, and I would look at these performance measures, and I would write this down on the side and put, okay, ours right now are at a level 23%. We need to be at 44%. What's the plan? Okay.
Nick said he would be more concerned with ABE level 3.
Absolutely. I would definitely be more concerned with other levels, but I'm just saying, just because you're here right now in March, don't let it go. Make sure you're still planning. Level 3, yes, I would definitely be concerned. He said I would be more concerned with level 3 than any other level based on your chart. Yeah. Because that's a higher number, and that level 4 as well, because you're trying to meet 55%. But at the end of the day, it's easier to move a level 3 and a level 4 student than that level 1, okay? So because of time, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but this is how you look at this table, okay? Also, you look at the table columns for G and H. Now I'm gonna go back for this G and H right here. So G says numbers separated before achieving measurable skill gains. You know what that means? That means people who left without making a gain. So you're gonna look at that and you're gonna say, wait a minute, how can we get these students back? Why have these students not made a gain? And how do we plan instruction for them? Okay, they have already left your program, so you have to get on the phone. You might have to do phone calls. You might have to go visit them, track this student down, because they've made it on your table. And you see some of them. There are 34 people who walked out your door without making a gain. 37 that didn't make a gain. 9 that didn't make a gain. One down here is 85. That's too many people. We got to get these people back. H means that these are people still sitting in our program who have not made a gain. So that means they're still in instruction. They're still here. So we definitely got to reach out to them. And both of them, whether they're G or H, we might have to do gift cards. We might have to figure out celebrations to keep these people motivated. We have to figure out how to keep going, because these students have already made it on our table, okay? So these are just some questions that I would have done with that activity if we had more time or we were face-to-face. So which levels met the performance benchmarks? What levels were not meeting the performance benchmarks? What do you notice about the hours for each level? Those hours are important. I have looked at some of my programs. Let's see, the hours. So in ABE level 1, those 12 students have received 396 hours. Can somebody divide that for me? That's how many, that's the average hour of I'm sorry, I would have had this together.
Drive what?
Let's see, 396,
33.
33. So that's an average of 33 hours per student for that level 1. Is that good? Is that bad? How do you feel about that? Okay, so looking at those hours, that's imperative. Those 80 students for level 2 have had 3,405 hours. So what is that average? Sitting down with your staff and making them go through this can make a world of difference, because here's the bottom line. If we're knowledgeable about something, we can do better. It's when we don't know about it, that's where we can't fix the problem. Which levels are obtaining GEDs? Which levels aren't? Are my ESL levels meeting their performance benchmarks? What do you notice about column G? That's retention issues, because we didn't retain those students. What do you notice about column H? That's instructional issues. What is the plan for each level? Having a plan for level 1, 2, 3, 4. Figuring out which teachers are better with level 1 students versus my ESL students. Something like that, you have to plan. So using these questions with your staff, this is the best way to go about it. This is a current year pre and post-test assessment report that's out of LACES. Now, it's not as colorful. I like to download this in Excel and then color code everything. So my blue is for math, my light pinkish is for language, and my yellow is for reading, okay? So I do it like this because I am not good in Excel and I can't change it up like that. So you all are probably much better. Okay, and then on the side, the level gains are in red and green. So if they did make a gain, they got a green. If they didn't make a gain, it's a red. And then my regression, students who went below their, they lost points on the TABE. That's where I put in hot pink. So just creating this color-coded version makes a world of difference. We had a director, our PA did a report like this last year, and then they did a report like this for this year, and she showed the difference, because on one side, those level gains, it was all red, and it was like 3 or 4 greens. And then this year, it was mostly greens and only a few reds. But look at this. Look, I mean, if you really had to look at this, how would you feel about the progress in your program? So we've given all of these tests, and we have only 2 people who've made a gain. That doesn't look good, you know? So taking this activity and doing this, what does the red represent? What does the green represent? What does the pink represent? What do you notice about the orange? What do you notice about the yellow? So I did that with this. After looking at this data, how would you go about planning for those students? When I started first looking at this, I sent this to all my programs. I color coded it and sent it out, and I said, oh my God, what are you gonna do about it? Because I started breaking it down like this. For math, if you look at the bottom, there were 22 math tests given. Out of 22, 3 people have made a gain in math. 16 didn't make a gain, 3 regressed. Most of these people took the test, they were on a level D. 16 students were on a level D. I'm sorry, that moved over, so that was probably a level M. 6 were on a level M, and we didn't have any on a level E. So this tells me that I really need to go back and look at my math instruction. I definitely need to go look at those level M and Ds to see where should I start with instruction and where we're trying to go with instruction. Same thing with reading. Look at reading. 21 reading tests were given. Out of that, 4 made a gain. 11 didn't make a gain. 6 regressed. What? Regression? We're going backwards? So doing this type of stuff, your data can tell you everything. You don't have to argue with anybody. Data talks, you know? You don't have to argue with teachers who feel like, well, we're doing everything we can and it's not us. Okay, I understand that. Well, let's find out the problem. Let's look at our data. Let's let our data talk to us. Language, wow. What I noticed about this when I pulled this for the state, I noticed that we're not giving language tests at all. At all. We used to give a lot of language tests, but we don't now. But I'm gonna tell you something, I'm gonna show you that later. Language is directly correlated with the reading test. If you're doing reading instruction, you need to be doing language instruction, same time, because language is your writing. Writing is your highest form of rigor. So that language test is extremely hard. They have to understand reading standards in order to pass that language. So these are some things you can sit down with your programs and do. Last activity is the level gains report. So with this one, it gives you the student 3 times and it shows you which tests they've taken and which ones they've made a gain and not made a gain or not been tested at all. So like Mickey Alexander, he was tested in math, but he hasn't been tested in language and reading. Those are 2 opportunities where we're missing that we could possibly get a gain and get that funding for our students. Beyonce Apple, same thing. She's taken a language test, taken a math test. We made a gain, yay. Maybe we need to take that opportunity and get that reading in. So it's things like that. And then having your staff ask questions like, what do you notice about the blue? What do you notice about the yellow, the color coding, however you color code it? How many gains have there been? How should this program move forward? So constantly asking that question. How do you plan? Next, have all your program teachers taken TABE 11, 12, and the GED test. If they haven't, it's important to understand how the questions are arranged. You can't help students if you have not taken a test. It's extremely hard because you don't know how these questions are being asked. The way they ask questions on TABE 11, 12 is so very different on how they ask questions on GED. It's very different. So if you get an opportunity, no matter, listen, make everybody feel comfortable. It's no judgment zone. I went to Jala's program and Melissa was sweet enough and kind enough to sit with me while I took the test. I came in, I took that test. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take all 3 tests. Melissa looked at me and she was like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I can do it. I'm an adult. I can do it. I have 2 or 3 degrees. I can get this done. I'm gonna tell you something. I got through the locator and I was done. I was tired. I was exhausted. I wanted to cry. I wanted to quit. Absolutely, because that was foolishness. And so she looked at me and she said, well, you want to take a test? And I was like, yeah, I'll probably just take the reading test because I can't handle it. The locators, I did very well. I got an A in reading. I got an A level A. For math, I got a level D, and I was excited about that because I just knew I was going to be on an E. So creating a safe space. This is just about helping your students. Make sure they are fully aware of how those test questions are asked, because it's tricks to it. Like this, for instance. So I'm gonna tell you, truth. There were 3 of us with a total of probably about 6 degrees between all of us. All of us have a bachelor's degree and master's degree. We're not bragging. We just sat in a room one day and we went through this question. This is a level D language question. If you look at it, it is written as if it's a reading question. You have to understand how to write an introductory paragraph. It says the passage lacks an introductory paragraph. The writer has made a list of possible introductions. Which 2 sentences would best introduce this passage? We sat there for about, 20 minutes, guys?
Yeah, more than that.
20 minutes discussing. I let them discuss this. I let them go back and forth. Baffled all of us, okay? I let them provide text evidence. Well, I feel like this is B and because of this, or this is E because of this. And we had a great conversation. It was wrong. It was wrong because of that word best. And this is a language test. And if you're not teaching your students how to write, they're not going to be able to understand what an introductory paragraph to this means. If they don't know main idea, if they don't understand text evidence, they're not going to be able to get through this question. There is no easy out for language. You can no longer do worksheets with isolated skills with capitals and periods and grammar. It's not happening to make a gain on that language test. In that test, how many skills did this level D TABE ask for? They asked for the following they asked for main idea, evidence, writing introduction, structure, and best answers. Those were all the things I would have to teach in order to get through that one question. These are the standards taken from the blueprint, from a level D blueprint. Determine the central idea of a text and how it's conveyed through particular details, analyze how particular a sentence, chapter, these are standards. But guess what? These are actual standards from reading level D. I did not say level D language TABE blueprint. I said reading level D blueprint. So they have to understand reading standards in order to get through that language TABE. So what you want to do, this is on the DRC website. You need to use both reading and language blueprints when teaching these subjects. Writing is your highest form of rigor, again. So the language test pulls standards from the reading blueprints. And what you want to do is, if you have a student who comes in on a level M, you have to teach level D standards. So you're going to start with level M standards, kind of teaching them the prior knowledge of it, review, but you can't stay on a level M, because remember, you're trying to move them up a level. So you're going to pre-post test level games plan, use DRC blueprints. These blueprints they'll tell you the level. At the very top, it tells you the big ideas of what the test is over. It emphasizes the most important standards to focus on. This is aligned with the student's DRC report as well. You have to take the student's DRC printout and go through it and say, okay, what standards do my students need to really focus on? These are high level standards, or this is a low level standard. This is another resource that's on DRC. You can use this crosswalk to break down specific skills needed to make a gain as well. So it kind of gives you an old skill description, then a new skill description, then a standard, and the standard description. So listen, standards are boring, I'm not going to lie, but it's a lot of good information in there. And what I want to point out to you as a director is that depth of knowledge. In the standard description over here, it says, cite several pieces of text evidence to support analysis, what the text says explicitly, and well as inferences drawn from the text. There are at least 4 different action pieces in there. That's what I mean by depth of knowledge. You can't just cite the pieces of evidence. You need to understand what they are. You need to be able to align them with the main idea. You need to be able to have that main idea, that evidence, and then inference in it. So pull it apart and read between the lines. There are a lot of different skills, so you have to dig, okay? Once again, if you have a student who's a level M, making sure you're using M to review, but D to teach. Using that depth of knowledge. Depth of knowledge is this, Webb's depth of knowledge. So level 1 is that who, what, when, where. It's that recall, okay? Because you're absolutely right. I cannot extend my thinking and tell you the impact of something if I don't know what it is. So yes, sometimes we have to start at the level 1, but we can't stay there. So making sure that the teaching in your programs show basic application skills and concepts, along with strategic thinking, and then extended thinking, making sure that you're asking students, what is the cause of this? What is the effect of this? What is the reason for this? What is the influence? What is the relationship? What if this happens? What else can happen? And you can truly do that in small ways. You don't have to have big, long projects. I mean, simple things that are going on in the world right now, problem-based approaches to things like, okay, we have a program. What will we do if COVID continues for the next year? How could a program handle that? And you can have students respond to that. Or if the world continues on with COVID for 3 more years, what can it affect in the future? Have them writing this, using introductions, using main idea and evidence and assertions and commentary. So things like that. That's food for thought. Also, making sure your programs have managed enrollment classes and discussing how they're organized. I have an I in there I did not change. I need to change that, sorry. Does your course have a written course outline? And this is what I'm saying, that plan of action for students so they know where the stopping point is. Like, when can I possibly be done with this course? Did the course outline detail the standards you're teaching? Because sometimes when students are not making gains, at least you can go back. If you've identified the standards you wanted to teach in the class and they have not made that gain, you can go back and trace where you need to restart. What does DRC report say? Did the teacher look for the DRC blueprints? Did the teachers cover high frequency standards within the level? Remember, managed enrollment requirements have to have a subject, a time frame, standards, and student expectations. That's it. That's the only thing that makes it a managed enrollment course. Now, I know a lot of you all are still doing open enrollment right now, which is fine. But if you want to organize things, just make sure that you covered, you're saying, okay, this is an English math class. The time frame is 4 to 6 weeks. Here are the math standards and English standards we're covering, and our expectations. If a student enrolls in this class, they must be in here for all 6 weeks. Or because this is an English class, They can come in a week late. It's fine, but they have to do this homework or they have to do this Canvas course as well. It's about structure. That's all. Here are just some phrases that you as teacher leaders can use in your program to analyze for analysis in your meetings. So let's look at this question. Why did the student get it wrong? Why did the student need to be able to do, what did the student need to be able to do to get this question right? What's so interesting about this question? So having conversations about those TABE test questions. And I know last year, I think it was last year, 2 years ago, Marcia bought everybody paper-based TABE for your program, so you all can go through those questions, so you can see and practice those questions yourself. So now what? Teachers should review individual assessments on entering students to confirm standardized findings and acknowledge individual needs. So what does that mean? Look at the DRC report and just kind of figure out where the students' weaknesses are. Look at your learning plans and historical data. This data gives classroom educators deep understanding of their student personalities and abilities, and it helps with the depth of knowledge, so you know where to go with it. Step 3, we are planning implementation. Do I have questions up there? I'm sorry, I can't see the blink. Are you all still with me? You disconnected, where's Spirit? Okay, just making sure. If you're making a Christmas list, I do like spas, so if you just want to include me in there, that's fine. Plan of implementation. So we're planning stage now. I know I talk fast, so you could always tell me to slow down. So what's the plan? What's the end goal here, okay? Low E&E is not the problem. I know we got a bunch of our letters out in the past couple of weeks, and it said that, you know, if you didn't make E&E for last year, you need to come up with a plan. And then we got a bunch of plans back that did not address E&E. They talked about making phone calls, and they talked about, what were some other things they talked about? They talked about things that couldn't really affect E&E. When we talk about E&E, we're talking about instruction. How are we going to move our students? How are we going to go back to table G? Because those are the students who left, but made it on our table, but they didn't make a gain. How are we going to get them back into the program? So yes, we do want to start with a phone call with them and maybe some bribery if we need to, and get them back in our program and set them up with a career coach or
Janet,
something.
Says, listen, it's only February. We would obviously be making summer vacation plans, not Christmas.
You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I forgot where I was.
I'm gonna say some people overachieve.
Summer planning. If you want to go somewhere, let me know, because I want to go too. I just got to get out this office. But E&E is about that instructional piece. So like I said, looking at that table, I mean, your column G and your column H to make sure those students are going to make a gain. Not exactly recruiting. I don't want you trying to recruit right now. It's about, I got 100 people in my program. I'm going to make sure they make a gain. Okay. We're going to take this apart. We're going to make sure they made a gain. Okay. That is the plan for E&E. So you're looking at your instruction, your materials, your depth of knowledge, your lack of content knowledge, lack of engagement, inadequate planning, not meeting the needs of certain levels, procedures, monitoring. You're looking at all that. You're looking at your IETs, you're looking at your SNAP students. You're like, oh, I got a SNAP student or a TANF student, and they got barriers. I'm gonna make sure that that student is definitely here because I could connect TANF and SNAP with Title I programs and get things paid for. So you're just trying to make sure you have a plan. So in planning, the value of the self-study. Oh goodness, every single year, people, every single year for program reviews and site visits, this is the thing that seems to be the hardest thing in the world for our programs. So I'm gonna teach you how to keep it simple, because I know some of you all have doctorate degrees and you're definitely much smarter than I. However, don't overthink this. It's just a plan. It's just saying, okay, I've walked into a room. The room has 10 or 15 screaming kids. The room is kind of dirty. It has books all over the floor. It has paper on the floor. It has clothes on the floor. Okay, where do I start? Where do I start? I'm going to stand at the door. I'm going to look at it for a moment, and then I'm going to go into my plan of action. That's pretty much a self-study. You're taking your program, you're looking at it, and you're saying, what are we going to focus on first that make the biggest impact? because the value of the self-study is problem solving. It produces findings and recommendations that the program should address. It explicitly addresses strengths and weaknesses to promote a focus on needed changes. And it focuses on improving teaching and instruction. Sometimes we're focusing on the wrong thing. I know you know this. I know you've been somewhere in life, whether it's home or work, where you're looking at stuff and you're like, why are you people focusing on this when the problem is this? And that's where I see a lot of people overcomplicating things, okay? So you want to make sure you're focusing on the major things that can have the most impact. So how do you do this? How do you do this? Let me see. This. When I tell you I'm terrible when it comes to Zoom and all these things that are on my screen. Okay, so this is a cookbook recipe. I'm gonna give you my quick recipe. First, you're gonna analyze the data. What does that data tell you? And that shouldn't say date, it should say data. I thought I got all of this, so please forgive me. Don't take it out on John. John worked hard. I can't, I'm terrible when it comes to grammar. So if you know me, you know me. Okay, list out 3 strengths. List 3 things your program does well. Brag on yourself. And it's a laundry list in here that I'm gonna show you in the next minute, okay? Then I want you to focus on 3 weaknesses or areas of growth. You list them, 3 things, just 3, okay? 3 opportunities, 3 threats or challenges. Yes, you're gonna SWOT it or you're gonna SQUAC it, okay? You're gonna create goals and you're going to address your target group, your who, your rationale, your why, your action plan. So that's your what. And I cannot see the bottom of my screen. So I'm gonna go to the next one because I know it's the where. Is that what it said? Oh, the follow-up, the how. The how. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna look at these little questions I have here. And I did this with a program, John, Nicole, and I, we went to a program, 2 programs, and we did this. We did this with their entire staff. We said, hey guys, what are your strengths? What are the positive aspects of your program? What are the key areas of expertise? What qualities separate your program from the program down the street? What are your internal resources? What is your reputation in the community? What is your program most proud of? We do it well. Like you all said earlier, hey, we do customer service well, and we do data analysis well, okay? Then we have them look at their weaknesses. What are the things your program lacks? What are other programs doing better than you? What are your resource limitations? What are unclear or unique concerns your program has? What are what is your reputation in the community that's not good? So, because that is a big thing I hear all the time. Opportunities. What are some key areas of untapped potential? So who are the underserved demographics? We have a bunch of students who are ESL and maybe they are, and they want a job in healthcare, but we're not serving them. We could go for them, What are the needs in your area? What are some media opportunities? Remember, it's 2 things I want to tell you, and don't let me forget. Number 1, always make your LEA look good. Provide opportunities for them to get in the camera and smile, okay? If you do something well, brag, try to get in the newspaper, try to get on TV and get them involved because that helps your program because they're most likely to let you do things and partner with you. I didn't say that. Next, what external or future opportunities exist for your program? And how can we create more value for the program? Then you have to look at your threats and challenges. Now, listen, before I go into that, I need you to understand barriers and excuses. Please don't get mad. I'm just saying that, yes, we have some actual barriers that we might be able to overcome, or we might not. And then we have actual excuses that we can overcome them. We just don't want to. So when you all get together and start talking, start identifying and put it out there and say, listen, guys, we're going to look at all our stuff. We're going to lay it out on the table and we're going to decipher what is a real barrier or is this an excuse? You want to make sure you acknowledge that because we all do it. We all do it. We all do it. All of us. It's really, we don't want to do it because it seems hard. But if we don't acknowledge it, then once again, we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to spin our wheels. So looking at emerging partnerships, changing customer attitudes, what are others doing that we are not doing? What is the future challenges that might affect our program? And what external or future challenges or threats does the program face? So really sitting down with your staff and doing this can be helpful. So we did this, like I said, with 2 programs. I had them write it out on big pieces of paper. And then I told the director, hey, type this up. And then voila, that is your self-study. And throw in your evidence that you have analyzed your data. That's it. That's all. We're asking you to show proof that you looked at your data and you made decisions. That is it. And then the second thing I wanted to tell you is, in adult education, you don't get in trouble for failure. I know you're like, what? No, that's not true. You're not in compliance if you don't try. I want you to think about that. All we're asking you to do is try, document it. Document your efforts. Show us you have exhausted all means of trying. You went out and you tried to build partnerships with 17 people. You could show us the emails. You can show us your visits. You can show that you tried and all 17 said, no, get out my face. Okay. You decided to put a weekend program together where students came on Saturday and Sunday. You had a teacher there. You advertised on Facebook. You advertised at the laundromat. You did paper advertisement. You did online advertisement. You advertised with your partners. You were out in the community shaking a sign saying, hey, come to our program. And nobody shows up for 6 weeks. You tried, you documented. That's what you need to do. That's it. That's how you meet compliance. I promise you, that's all we're constantly talking about. Show us how you tried. Okay, so remember, after you do all of that, then you write goals. You take your three strengths, or actually you take your 3 areas of growth, your 3 weaknesses, and then you write measurable goals. You talk about your rationale, your why, your target, your who, your timelines, your when, your plan of action is your what, your follow-up measures is your how. Watch this. So this is an example. This is what Nicole, John, Wendy, and I are looking for when we come out to your program. We're looking for, our target is African-American males. Our rationale, demographics have the lowest percentage of MSGs in our program. And you could even say from, June to July of 2019-20, I don't know. Your goal, by the end of the second quarter, because that's my timeline, the program will increase MSGs of African-American males by 20%. That 20% makes it measurable. If I take off that 20%, my goal is not measurable, and then your PA has to sit down with you and have a conference about a measurable goal. That's all we're looking for. We're looking for that action plan. So what are you going to do to meet this goal? Your staff will survey your African-American males to determine their learning needs. Staff will examine learning or instruction. Staff will look at pre and post tests to determine areas of growth and align needs with DRC printouts. Staff will follow a case management model. So these are all the things that your staff are planning to do to meet this particular goal. That's what we're looking for. And then we're looking for that follow-up. So in this follow-up, we might be saying staff will monitor and report out to staff meetings each week or each month. Just a follow-up plan, because sometimes we write goals and we never come back to them. So they just become toilet paper for us, basically. Here's some more goals: recruitment and retention goals. For my recruitment goal, I'm just recruiting everybody, just any students. Rationale, program growth, because we went from 500 students to 75 students. So our goal, by the end of the first quarter, the U of A adult ed program will increase enrollment by 10%. Make sure it's measurable. Number one, make sure you can actually get there. Don't overdo something you can't get done, okay? Action plan, the program will increase social media presence on Facebook and Snapchat weekly. The program will set up a table to sell water and advertise at college football games every Friday from August to November. Follow up, the intake person will track new students and report weekly during staff meetings. It's as simple as that. You could write goals for each quarter. This is stuff that I kind of took from my special ed days. This is how we used to write our goals. We just had to write measurable goals. We had to have a plan. Retention goals. So I wanted to make sure my 16 and 17-year-olds stay. So rationale, students leaving after 15 hours or more. The program had 19 out of 32 students leave the program without making a gain or obtaining a GED. So our goal by the end of the fourth quarter, the U of A adult education program will increase retention of 16 and 17-year-olds by 50%. I gave you an action plan. I gave you a follow-up. Is that hard? I'm gonna need you to put down your summer planning and tell me in the chat, is that something that you and your staff cannot do? Let me know. Be honest. If it's something that you don't think your staff can do, or you might need help, let me know. Do you feel like this is something easy and something that you can obtain? See, they doing this. They doing their summer planning again. Where y'all going on vacation then? Tell me that. They've checked out on me. We got it, Kim. Thank you, Kim. You got it. Yes. These are things you could do in staff meetings. These are things you could do at your, what are those meetings you have to have every quarter with your partners? I can't think of that. Advisory committee. These are things you can do at your advisory committee. These are because I know sometimes you all are like, what do we do at our advisory committee? Write goals. Right. Write your goals. Check your strengths and weaknesses. Follow up on your goals. I'll come to Lonoke. I sure listen. We all would love to come. We will come and we will help you all with this. Listen, this is one of our favorite things to do. And plus we like to eat because once again, I'm telling you, I'm fat. So Lonoke, you know where I need to eat, LaCarol. You know where I need to eat. You can do this. Like I said, if you need our guidance, we will, trust me, we will be happy to help you. Okay. Because this is all we're requiring. This is it for those program reviews and site visits, for those self-studies. Don't overthink it. Make sure it's things that you can obtain maybe in a quarter. So write them for each quarter or write them for the year. That's it. Pick 3 and 3. That's all I want to see because I don't want to read that much. All right, so we're going to keep it moving. It's 2:19. I promised you we'd be off at 2:30. So your follow-up. Follow up with visual data. You know, visual data helps you. Like I showed you that the current pre and post test report, and I sent that out to all of my programs and they almost had a fit. Visual data helps because it makes you see things very quickly. Wall data. I told you my old principal had a war room. I love the war room because when we went in there, we talked about the business. We talked about that data. We looked at data. We planned with that data. It helps to monitor student progress and see improvements both academically and behaviorally. It's about accountability. It holds us accountable. Think about it. If something is in your face all the time, you're more apt to remember it, and so you're apt to get it done. Goal setting, specifically setting SMART goals and helping students monitor their own progress. If you are held accountable and it's in your face, you're going to create things in your classroom to keep it in their face as well. And I'm going to show you a couple things like that. As a teacher, it helps me see where a student needs assistance and where I can focus my attention. So I love visiting your programs. I'm constantly taking pictures. I'm constantly bragging on you all, and I'm constantly trying to find good teachers to present because you all know more than I do. This is one of my programs. I love this in their classroom because it helps that student see that they only got one more test to take and then they'll be done with GED. You see that? The other one is visual data for the teachers. So this is in one of the teachers' room. It doesn't give any confidentiality away. And it just kind of tells each teacher that, hey, James has been working on Aztec. He's homebound. He needs to probably take a TABE test. And Wage, let's see, he needs scores. So this is how the teachers communicated with one another. So I just love things like that because once again, it's about that accountability. So creating visual data is a best practice. You can use current pre-test, post-test reports, level gains, anything. It can help you, you can organize this information via the wall if you can. Just make sure you're not giving away confidential information, or computer sites. Create something where your staff is accountable at looking at this data. Drill down from your NRS tables like we've shown you, and follow up. Make sure that every staff meeting, or if you have professional learning communities where your teachers sit down at a specific time each week or every 2 weeks, set up procedures for following up with this data. So maybe everybody reports out their data first. I know Barbara Hamilton was telling me about something one day. She said, I inadvertently started a whole bragging contest, which led to my E&E going up 10 points, 10 percentage points in a week. Because she said, I sent out an email saying to my teachers, hey, congratulate this site because they had 6 people make a game. And congratulate these students, blah, 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 blah. She said, I was just putting it out there just to say congratulations. And she said, do you know, every single day I had a new teacher saying, congratulate us because we got this gain and we got this and this student did this. And it became a contest and nobody wanted to be left out and everybody wanted to make gains and celebrate. Something as simple as that. She said her E&E went up in 1 week. She said it was amazing. And so doing stuff like that can definitely help, but it's that follow-up that holds you accountable. Include focus groups, interviews, student surveys, teachers, and community. Listen, nobody likes negative feedback, but here's the bottom line. It helps us grow. That's the end of it. It helps us grow. So getting students to come back and say, why did you leave our program? They might say, I just didn't like this teacher, or I didn't like the way you all handled my paperwork, or, it's too cold here, or I just don't like this program. Whatever it is, allow people to be honest and grow from there because, certain things are under our control. Create an accountability team within your program. And I can't say and stress this enough. As a director, make sure your program is a safe zone. When you can't be honest with your higher ups, it makes it difficult for change. I don't know what else to say. I can't stress that enough. If I can't be honest, and I know it's a way to be honest, no, it shouldn't be a whole witch session where you're just griping. But maybe you might have to have an honest conversation, say, I'm gonna teach everybody how we're gonna communicate our areas of growth. We're gonna talk about a strength and then we're gonna talk about an area of growth. Maybe you have to do that, yes, even with adults, because everybody doesn't have the same employability skills. But if you don't create a safe space so people can say, hey, look, you think our customer service is good, but it's really not. In our community, we're known as this program because we don't follow up with our students, or, we don't greet our students or something like that. You're never going to be able to make progress. And it truly is what it is. So basically, let's make sure we put on our thick skin. As a PA, I have to do it. For 4 years, I've been criticized. And at the end of the day, I'm like, I'm just trying to help. So I never do anything with malicious intent. I'm kind of goofy. If I do it, I do apologize, but nothing for me is ever done with malicious intent. So I always try to make sure everybody understands that. If you don't like something I've done, trust me, I do apologize. It's not with malicious intent. I really want to help. And I think that's something that needs to be put out there for everybody. Because like I said, we can't grow if we don't know, okay? So anything we're missing, if I didn't cover anything, if I offended or unnerved anybody, I once again do apologize. I have created all of this stuff just to help you all out because at the end of the day, I see the struggle out there and I see the love out there for adult education. And I wish I would have knew adult education before 4 years ago. I wish I could have taught in it myself because you all have some awesome things going on, but you need to get together with your fellow directors and fellow programs and get some good tips out there because you all are great resources. So John, Nicole, Wendy, and I are here to help you. If you ever need anything, let us know. Don't be afraid to ask. No question is stupid. We understand, because sometimes this information is hard to comprehend and put it in your context, because every single one of you all have a very different program than your next door neighbor. All of your programs are extremely different. So it is very hard for you all to sometimes, well, you know, we're like, hey, you need to do this IET and you have this, this, and that, and you're feeling beat up because you don't even know how to go about it. So sit down, talk to us, help you, okay? That is all I have. I do appreciate you all for listening to me babble for about 2 hours. I appreciate it. And just let us know. John has put the survey out there for you all, and Teaching Skills That Matter is up at 3 o'clock. Like I said, we're doing project-based learning today. It's going to be about 90 minutes. It's going to be through our pilot teachers. And then in a month, we'll have project-based problem solution learning, and then contextualized learning. And so you all have to tell us what you need. If you need things a little deeper, you can always put it in an email and say, hey, I need you all to come out and do this with my staff or work with us. Or like I said, if we don't know, we can't help you, okay? So please, please fill out that survey, because our evaluations are coming up soon. And we use that.
Yeah. But
I will get off, John. All right, bye-bye.
no. I just wanted to say, I mean, it's just really weird to hear my voice. Jana, turn the volume down. No, but yeah, please do fill out the survey. And I mean, it directly ties into what we talk about and what I was talking about earlier, when we are asking you guys to use data for program improvement. We use the data from these surveys for training improvement. And that's not even a lie. I feel like everybody says that, but that's exactly what we do. So please do fill that out. The link for the Canvas course is also in the chat. I am also going to email this information out to everybody as well. So if you miss it in the chat, you'll get it in the email. And as Jana said, just email us, call us, ask us questions. We are, that's what we do. We are here to help you guys.
Feel free to put in an email how wonderful this is to our boss if you need to. No, I'm just playing, but it can't help. I'm just saying. And don't take my grammar out on me. I know I'm terrible, so it's my fault.
No, but thank you guys. Seriously though, I know we were talking about it earlier. I know that you guys are tired of Zoom. We're tired of Zoom as well. As good as we try to make these trainings in Zoom, there's only so much to do. So we are looking forward to them being face-to-face as well. They will be much better, especially for things like the challenge statements and the guiding questions and whatnot. That can be almost a half-day activity in and of itself. So we look forward to that day. But in the meantime, please hang in there with us. And if you have any questions, again, just contact us. We are there for you guys. But if you don't have any questions, comments, or whatnot, have a great rest of your Thursday. The weekend's almost here. So have a great weekend, guys, and appreciate it. Hey, guys, and I just wanted to make sure, because Ben put a message out there, and Becky, I know that most everybody left now, so I apologize for this, but for whoever is still on, if you do have any procedures for manual outcomes, please share that with your fellow directors.